In that report, reforms are the issues with regards to judiciary, electoral issues, and a number of issues that were termed to be importance of national importance, and that necessitated the formation of this particular committee that the two sides of the political factions, that is the government side and the opposition side, came together to address these issues and table that report. So that debate on this particular report has been on at the National Assembly, and this afternoon a question will be put to this particular report to see whether issues that were raised by both sides have been addressed, or are there shortcomings, and what are some of the proposals that were brought forth. So that is the other part of the business that the members will be embarking on this afternoon. The statute law miscellaneous amendments number 2, a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 68 of 2023, a bill by the leader of the majority party, which is at its second reading stage, will be resuming debate this afternoon. Remember, its debate was interrupted on Wednesday, December date 6, the year 2023, in the afternoon sitting. And this afternoon it is slotted to be considered or debate to continue. But as you can see, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. After praising you so much, members, we are back to normal. Pombe inaongezwa maji. Sergeant, can you ring the bell?
Well, as directed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes for the members of the National Assembly to make their way to the chambers, of course, to enable the House attain that particular requisite quorum at the commencement of the House business. And this one is pursuant to the House Standing Order number 34 that touches on the quorum of the House at the commencement of the business. That a quorum of the House or of a committee of the whole House shall be 50 members. And if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a meeting of the House, immediately after the saying of the prayer, as we have seen, done by the speaker, then the speaker shall order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And that is exactly what the speaker has directed. If no quorum is attained at the expiry of the 10 minutes, a further 5 quorum bell will be rung. But we believe that members will be making their way to the chambers. As you can see, remember just last week, to recap what the speaker has just talked about, is that the House, the first week, had enough quorum at the beginning of House business, and the speaker had hailed the members for that improvement. But today the House does not have that a quorum that had been attained at the first few days when the House had resumed. But we are seeing members walking in, and we believe in a short while the number will be achieved. Remember, the Sergeant at Arms are keeping tabs with the numbers. They are counting the members who are walking in, and once the 50 quorum number is achieved, then they will be alerting the speaker, and the speaker will call the House to order, just to enable the House begin its business for this afternoon sitting. So back to what is lined up for consideration on the floor of the House is that a motion on the ratification of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccines Institute is also lined up to be considered. This is a motion that is moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health, Honorable Robert Pukosem, and he will be seeking to have the House adopt that report on its consideration of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute that was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th of December, the year 2023, and will also be seeking the House to approve the ratification of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute. So that is a business that is lined up on the order of business to be considered by the members of the National Assembly this afternoon. The motion on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020 and 2021 is also part of the business that the members will be looking into this afternoon. The statute law miscellaneous amendment bill number 2 of National Assembly, Bill number 68 of 2023, is a bill that is at its second reading stage, and this afternoon debate on this bill is scheduled to continue. This bill seeks to make various amendments to various statutes, and this is in keeping with the practice of making various amendments which do not merit the publication of separate bills into one bill. And some of the statutes that this bill proposes amendments to include the Oath and Statutory Declaration Act, Cap 15, that the bill proposes to amend the Oaths and Statutory Declarations Act to provide that an advocate who has been appointed as a commissioner of oaths shall sign the roll kept by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, and that the Registrar or Deputy Registrar of a superior court or subordinate court may administer an oath or affirmation or take an affidavit or statutory declaration under the Act. We can see the leader of the majority party there at the entrance of the chambers engaging to see whether members are making their way to the chambers. Remember, if you're just joining us, is that it is a 10-minute quorum bell as per the House Standing Order. If 50 members are not seated inside the chambers at the commencement of the House business, then business cannot start unless and until that number is attained. So in this case, the leadership of the House, including the whip, then will be making efforts to ensure that the numbers are achieved and that the House business starts without any waste of time. The other statute that this bill seeks to propose amendments to is the Advocates Act. That is the sergeant at arms, or trying to keep up with the numbers of the members who are working in. Once the number is achieved, you see he is holding a white paper. He will be raising that paper. That is an indication that the number has been achieved. And the House will be called to order and the business will begin in no time. But until then, the quorum bell is still on. The Advocates Act, Cap 16, the bill also proposes amendments to this particular statute and seeks to provide that the registrar responsible for keeping, all right, that is the indication. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, February 22nd, 2024. 1. Annual report on financial statements of the Kenya Power Lightning Company Limited, PLC, for the year ended 30th June 2023. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and certificates therein in respect of A. Commission on Revenue Allocation Staff Mortgage Scheme Fund. B. Office of the Director of Public Prosecution Staff Housing Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. C. Receiver of Revenue Statements. D. State Department for the Blue Economy and Fisheries. E. Public Service Commission. F. State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development. G. State Department for Tourism. H. State Department for Public Works. I. Communication Authority of Kenya Universal Service Fund. J. Commission on Administration Justice Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Fund. K. Consolidated Fund Services, Salaries, Allowances, and Miscellaneous Services, the National Treasury. L. Stores and Service Funds, State Department for Public Works. M. National Lands Commission. N. Competition Tribunal or Occupational Safety and Health Fund. And P. National Cancer Institute of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Wapi Mheshimiwa Mtunga. Vice Chair. Okay. Chairperson, Select Committee on Regional Integration. Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 22nd February 2024. This is the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on a study visit to the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC headquarters in Gabon, Botswana.
It is pronounced Gaborone, Botswana. Next, Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 22nd February 2024. Second report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of 5 state corporations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Back to B, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Majority, where is your chairman?
Majority.
Where is your chairman of agriculture? He's always here. We can't slight it.
Honorable Speaker, you can see the challenges we had even in beginning the House. A number of committee chairs and committee members are sitting for BPS, yes.
Okay, we'll stay the matter to Tuesday. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture, I think it serves as the same fate. Stayed to Tuesday, next week. Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Kenya Medical Training College financial year 2017-2018 to 2020-2021, the Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital for financial year 2019-2020, the Kenya Medical Research Institute for financial year 2012-2013 and 2013-2014, the Kenya Medical Laboratory Technicians and Technologists Board for financial year 2014-2015 to 2020-2021, and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council for financial year 2017-2018 to 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 22nd February 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Select Committee on Regional Integration, Honorable Wanjiku Muya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the inspection visit to the semi-autonomous institutions of East African Community in Uganda, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 29th November 2023.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Majority, are you ready? We start with you, or we? Majority Leader, we want to start with you or we end with you on statements? Your Thursday statement.
Let me start, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 20th February 2024 to prioritize business for consideration during the week. As members are aware, Honorable Speaker, this week the House concluded various business, including the passage of the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill, the Housing Bill, Affordable Housing Bill, 2023. Notably, the House awaits reports on various items, and I urge committees to expedite any pending business before the committees. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at second reading, if not concluded today. 1, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Number 2 Bill of 2023. 2, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of 2023. C, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022. 4, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022. 5, the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill of 2022. And 6, the Regional Development Authorities Bill of 2023. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, should they not be concluded today. A, ratification of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccines Institute. B, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year ended 2020-2021. C, report of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations. And D, report on the compliance to Article 54(2) of the Constitution regarding employment of persons with disabilities in public institutions. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey that the following Cabinet Secretaries are scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 28 February 2024, to respond to questions as follows. 1, the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture, the Arts, and Heritage to appear and respond to the following questions. Question number 242 of 2023 by the member for Gilgil, Honorable Martha Wangari, MP, regarding the changes the government has made to the disbursement model of the Women Enterprise Fund. 2, question number 031 of 2024 by the member for Kilifi County, Honorable Mutembei, MP, regarding the significant reduction in the allocation of the National Government Affirmative Action, GAF, in the financial year 2023-2024 budget for projects across the 47 counties. And 3, question number 032 of 2024 by the member for Machakos County, Honorable Joyce Kamene, MP, regarding the breakdown of the funds allocated and disbursed for provision of sanitary pads. B, or 2, Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Education to appear and respond to the following questions. Question number 022 of 2024 by the member for Nyakach, Honorable Aduma Uhuru, MP, regarding criteria used to disburse infrastructure funds to schools in the country. 2, question number 023 of 2024 by the member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi, MP, regarding the disbursement of an average capitation grant by the ministry. 3, question number 024 of 2024 by the member for Nairobi County, Honorable Esther Passaris, OGW, MP, regarding measures undertaken by the ministry to bolster guidance and counseling departments in public schools. 4, question number 025 of 2024 by the member for Nakuru Town, Honorable Samuel Arama, MP, should be Nakuru Town West, regarding withholding of Kenya Certificate Secondary Schools Education, KCSE certificates of former students on account of non-clearance of school fees. Question number 026 of 2024 by the member for Kisumu Central, Honorable Joshua Oron, MP, regarding house allowances for teachers from Kudho Secondary School, Kudho Primary School, and Obinju, Kanyakwar Primary School. Question number 040 of 2024 by the member for Nyakach, Honorable Adoma Uhuru, MP, regarding the delocalization of teachers even after the policy was abolished. 7, question number 041 of 2024 by the member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP, regarding the status of implementation of the competence-based curriculum, CBC, and measures in place to ensure its success. And question number 042 of 2024 by the member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, MP, regarding the ownership of valid land documents by public schools in the country. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to know that the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 27 February, to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay the statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Majority Leader. Member for Nairobi City County, Esther Passaris. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health, regarding remittances to hospitals. Honorable Speaker, the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, has a duty to contribute towards universal health coverage through the provision of affordable, accessible, sustainable, and quality health insurance. However, it is regrettable to note that there have been numerous complaints from Kenyans regarding their dissatisfaction with NHIF services. In some cases, patients under NHIF cover who are admitted to hospitals while unconscious are not attended to for long periods of time owing to inability of NHIF to confirm patients' details. In addition, some patients under NHIF cover are denied direct admission even under emergency circumstances, as the cover does not provide for pre-admission diagnostics such as implants and scans, yet some civil servants under the same cover get these services. This goes against the provision of Article 43 of the Constitution on access to emergency medical treatment. Honorable Speaker, it is on this background that I request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health on the following. 1. Could the Chairperson explain the criteria used to prioritize settlement of NHIF claims to eligible hospitals and reasons why certain facilities are paid while others are not? Could the Chairperson explain why there are delays in payment of monies owed by NHIF to some hospitals, particularly Kenyatta National Hospital and Nairobi County facilities for services already rendered? Could the Chairperson outline the plans, if any, that the government has put in place to cushion detained patients with outstanding bills beyond NHIF settlement through waivers of bills, including a possible framework for waiver for both county and national hospitals? Could the Chairperson give the timelines in which the government is planning to release approximately Kenya shillings 32 billion owed by government to all NHIF accredited government and private hospitals, including the 480 million owed to Nairobi County medical facilities and Kenya shillings 1.6 billion owed to Kenyatta National Hospital, and provide a report on all accruals and payments made to health facilities for the years 2021, 2022, and 2023. Could the Chairperson outline the measures that the government is putting in place to ensure that no person is denied emergency medical treatment regardless of NHIF approval? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How much time do you need to bring a response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the County Woman Member of Parliament for Nairobi, Honorable Esther Passaris, for the question. I would want to ask for a period of 2 weeks to be able to get a substantial response to your questions. Thank you.
2 weeks is ordered. Thank you. Member for Embakasi Central, Benjamin Gadhiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek a statement regarding the recruitment of the National Youth Service volunteers. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, subsection 2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Social Protection regarding the lack of transparency and equity in recruitment of National Youth Service, NYS. Honorable Speaker, the government through NYS recruits about 30,000 youth annually who are thereafter trained various skills including paramilitary, engineering, fashion and design, business management, catering, agriculture, secretarial, plant operation, construction, and driving. These youth are also prepared for other national duties such as service in the armed forces, national reconstruction, and disaster response. Honorable Speaker, the recruitment of NYS servicemen and women is expected to be a representative as possible to ensure the majority of the interested youth get opportunity to appear before the recruitment personnel. However, there have been numerous concerns from members of Parliament and the public regarding the level of transparency and equity in the distribution of available NYS slots. During the launch of the 2024 NYS recruitment, the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management indicated that the process would be undertaken at the ward level. However, this did not happen in most parts of the country, including Nairobi City County. There seems to be a systematic interference of the process with the aim of denying certain members of the public, especially in Nairobi the opportunity to engage in this noble national duty. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek the statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on the following. 1. Could the chairperson outline the steps that the Ministry of Public Service Performance and Delivery Management is taking to ensure that NYS recruitment is transparent, fair, and conducted at the ward level, especially in Nairobi County, to avail maximum opportunity to all interested youth? Number 2, could the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection and the Budget and Appropriation Committee take measures to ensure that operation of NYS are carried out in utmost fidelity to the law and consider withholding funding to the NYS either through supplementary budget or through the 2024-2025 estimates unless proper measures are put in place to address members' concern? Number 3, could the chairperson elaborate measures being taken to ensure that the ministry does not exploit the provision of Article 223 of the Constitution to access funds for NYS recruitment and operations, noting that NYS has been used as a conduit to soften public money? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I want to appreciate and thank the member of Embakasi Central, I will also just to add on, Mr. Speaker. You see, when you look at Nairobi with 17 constituencies, I would wish they also explain to us how it normally ends up. 17 constituencies can go on one day and do their recruitment, all of them together. How do you end up now showing us a list, or is it possible for the chair now to bring us the list and show each constituency how many of our young people were recruited, based that in every constituency across the country, Mr. Speaker, there is a number that is taken per constituency? And did it just go to one constituency? How do you ensure each constituency benefits like any other constituency, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Mwenje.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to support my colleague from Embakasi Central. Honorable Speaker, in Nairobi, our constituencies are quite close to one another. By taking us to one single venue creates a disadvantage, because that means it is impossible to determine where you will get, how you will be able to determine which person comes from which ward. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we follow the criteria. The criteria that was given by the CS is a very good criteria, but it would have been fair if we involved even use of the voter identity, the voter register, to determine where somebody comes from. A second issue, Honorable Speaker, which we'll also need to the chair of the committee to note, is that when I got my ID card, I was in secondary school somewhere in Kikuyu, actually in Alliance. I know you never know, some of us went there. So my ID will not read that I'm from Embakasi. I got it when I was in high school. So what happened, Honorable Speaker, is that people who had ID cards that were reading Murang'a, Nyeri, were being told to go away and go to where they got the ID. That's a very unfair system, Honorable Speaker, because those people got the IDs there, but they live and reside here in Nairobi. So these are some of the details that need to be addressed, and I'm hoping that when the chair comes to respond on this issue, they'll be able to give us a good explanation and be able to show us, and we must insist that the voter register is used in Nairobi to determine the number of beneficiaries from each ward as per the list given by the CS. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Who is the chairman of this committee? Is it Karemba or Alice Nganga? Pardon? Go ahead, I'll give you 1 minute.
Asking for permission indirectly. Honorable Speaker, you know, the issues being raised by Honorable Major Dog and Honorable Mwenje are very weighty. those issues. Because Nairobi, for instance, just like Kisumu, Mombasa, wherever, belong to everybody. Yes, when you find yourself staying in Kisumu city, it doesn't matter where you are born or where you got your ID card from. Likewise, when you live in Embakasi East or West or Central, it doesn't matter where you are born or where you got your ID card from. So therefore, these cosmopolitan areas, indeed everywhere in Kenya, really. I can actually live in Kikuyu village. Yes, you can come and live in my own village of Sidindi, in Ogonja. It doesn't matter where you are born. And therefore, this criteria of choosing or asking where one was born is not only unfair, it's actually unconstitutional. Yes, it has to be revisited. And I think the chair of the committee, it behoves him to move with speed and come back with proper answers to these issues, these questions being raised. And if possible,
the minute is over.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The point is made.
I don't know, watch 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and also join my colleagues in supporting this statement. And as they look at this statement, I hope that this committee will be able to broaden, not just on NYS, but on other recruitments in the forces. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the manner in which the recruitment has been centralized in one place, it is intended to create chaos, choreographed chaos, where we then disenfranchise the 17 constituencies of Nairobi County, which contribute an inordinate amount of the GDP in this country. There is a maxim that there can be no taxation without representation. This representation is not only about representation in parliament, it is representation in the stakes, recruitment and other things. Devolution has also been put in place to ensure we devolve services. Why would we centralize at Nyayo Stadium 17 constituencies coming from Mathare to the other side of Dagoretti? This issue must be looked at so that the young people of Nairobi are given their fair share of recruitment in these services. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Mandazi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. And equally, from my constituency, I have 2 regions. Unlike we are speaking about the towns and the cities, Chepalungu constituency has 2 regions in terms of politically, some regions are in Chepalungu, and administratively, some regions that lie towards Bomet town are in Bomet Central and East. And subsequently, in any recruitment of any kind of discipline, some are disadvantaged. They are normally told to go back to Bomet Central. When they go to Bomet Central, they are told to go back to Sigor. Actually, Speaker, we should be looking not at the ID, but at the person who is gone there to be interviewed for that particular discipline. I want to support my colleagues. Actually, it discriminates the youth who are going there to look for jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last, KJ. That MP from Chepalung is rural. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And I also thank you, the Honorable Member for Embakasi Central, for bringing this to the floor so that it is discussed as a national issue. Mr. Speaker, when we devolved with the new constitution, we ended up with a suspended system because the system of devolution only devolves up to the ward level. There is a gap between the ward level and what is happening mashinani. Now what happens is that with the devolution, each county was made to be equal, up to and including the biggest city in East and Central Africa, Nairobi. Nairobi here, you've got a ward or wards that are probably the size of entire counties elsewhere in terms of population. So when you centralize the recruitment of either NYS or police or the army and so on, you are disenfranchising an extremely big part of Kenya's population. So, Mr. Speaker, beyond just the recruitment, we've also got to find a way how we shall resolve this issue of the Nairobi being considered as a region equal to every other region in the country, knowing how big it is in terms of population, but also in terms of its contribution to the GDP of this country. This region needs to get its fair share of the cut of the national cake. Thank you very much.
We'll stop it there. Majority Leader, inform the Honorable, is it Alice Nganga, to bring a response to that statement in 2 weeks. Members, allow me to acknowledge the following institutions in our galleries. Both in the Speaker's Gallery, we have Salvation Army Kieni Girls Secondary School from Runyenjes, Embu. We have El Bagon Secondary School from Molo, Nakuru. In the public gallery, we have Kirimunge Secondary School, Kirinyaga, constituency Kirinyaga. In the public gallery, we have Tamana Group of Schools from Kiamba, Kiambu. St. Mary Magdalene Girls Secondary School, Runyenjes, Embu. Nandi Students Association, Mgwen, Nandi. We have Kiambogo Township Junior Secondary School, Gilgil, Nakuru. And we have Itoloni Girls Secondary School, Mwingi West, Kitui. I've been requested by the Honorable Gitari from Kirinyaga to welcome the students, speak on behalf of all the constituents I've mentioned. Where is Gitari? Give Honorable Gitari the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome all the schools in the public and speakers gallery to this August House. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to miss a point that Keremunge Day School from Kirinyaga Central is a school that is performing very well. We started it with the CDF money, and I can assure you in the last exam, they had A-, 2 A- from twins. You saw it in the televisions. I welcome them. They are flagged by Mrs. Jemima Wawero. I welcome you all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Speaker and all members of Parliament, we welcome the schools, the students, and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Honourable members, I'll step back to order number 5 and invite Honourable Mutunga. And the reason I'm doing this is Honourable Mutunga has never failed to be in the chamber. He's always here. He's not a persistent offender. I'll allow him to lay his paper on the table. So, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, that's the 22nd of February 2024. This is the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the budget implementation for the financial year 2022-2023 for vote number 1162 for State Department for Livestock Development and vote number 1169, State Department for Crop Development.
Then proceed under order number 6 to give your notice of motion.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its examination of the budget implementation monitoring for the financial year 2022-2023 for the following votes: 1162 State Department for Livestock Development and 1169 for State Department for Crops Development, laid on the table of the House on this Thursday, 22nd of February 2024. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Now we go to order number 8. Clerk.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the National Dialogue Committee. Question to be put.
Yes, Honourable Elachi, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, nothing is out of order, but to just stand using standing order number 1, just to request in a humble way, to look at all the availabilities, Mr. Speaker, that is there to ensure that the issue of the 2/3 gender rule becomes part of this NADCO report. Mr. Speaker, The President gave us a memorandum in December in this House, 2022. Mr. Speaker, we debated on it. It's explicit. It can be carried forward to become that resolution that we really wanted, so that as we move on, we are able to know that we have something that will be part of this NADCO report, than making it an addendum, and then when we shall be debating all the other reports, they will be reflecting back on NADCO, and ours will be like a report that is completely outside, Mr. Speaker. It is my request for advice on that, or clarity.
Honorable Elachi, we had a meeting this morning where you attended with the minister responsible for matters in the earlier agenda. And it was clear that the third gender rule is mentioned in passing in NADCO. And NADCO indicated that there is a multi-sector process going on that was going to bring it to fruition. Out of that meeting, for the majority and minority leaders, we did agree that if their report is ready, they'll forward to the speakers of both houses. Thereafter, we shall give direction. As it is now, Honorable Elachi, the Speaker has absolutely no capacity to superimpose a matter that is strange to the NADCO report on the NADCO report. When that report comes, we will find a way through consultations with the leadership on how to actualize it. All is not lost, because out of the question I'm going to put, like I did say, you're going to tease out legislative proposals out of NADCO, including some possible constitutional amendments, bringing fresh bills, policy changes where necessary, so that we can actualize what is in NADCO. So the lady MPs who, and I see many of you here who are with us in the meeting, don't panic. We will be able to see what we can do. And I did caution you that that gender issue has collapsed in this House 15 times in the last 10 years. So you better also change your strategy and choose your friends carefully and your supporters carefully, so that you can be able this time to have the matter carried to fruition. As it is now, I cannot append the gender rule issue on NADCO, because the motion has been debated, is concluded, replied to. We are only now putting the question. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for that guidance. And as you rightly say, it's true that we were not able to conclusively give a way forward in NADCO on the 2/3 gender rule. And principally because there was also broadly no agreement between the various stakeholders on that issue of the 2/3 gender rule. And that is why it became impossible for us to even build consensus within NADCO, because there were too many proposals with too many routes, and we therefore agreed that we leave that matter by consensus to the multi-sectoral forum that the CS is leading. And indeed, as late as yesterday, I also had a discussion with the CS, and we indicated, because if you read the NADCO report, we had said that the multi-sectoral forum under that ministry would then table a report to Parliament, including any legislative proposals that they may have agreed on, because the various players within that space were not able to agree. Even if you go through all the presentations they brought to NADCO, everybody had their own route, and we couldn't agree on the way forward. And therefore, if what the CS says, when they complete their report, they should be able to table it here and in the Senate. and I believe we can also generate legislative proposals from whatever they will have come up with, and we push through those legislative proposals as part of the package of the NADCO legislative proposals, and we will support them. And I would really want to urge our good ladies, the proposal that came with the memorandum from the president had a very workable formula. If only we could go towards that route, I think it may be one step. We may not get everything, Honorable Speaker, at a go. But if you're able to get 28 at a go, is better than being where we have been for the last 10 years, as you say. And I want to agree with you that it is time we change strategy, especially those of us like myself who are true believers in the women cause, being a father to 4 girls, Honorable Speaker. I truly want to support this 2/3 gender rule, and I want to ask all our lady members to work with us, and as you advised, maybe it's time to change strategy.
Honorable Minority, you want to say something?
Yes, let me just weigh in, and whereas I agree entirely with what Honorable Chunga said, Mr. Speaker, and I also am happy that you have suggested, you have decided that you will give direction once the task force hands in the report. Honorable Speaker, it's a fact that the NADCO deferred to the multi-sectoral working group.
Yes.
I hope the members will listen to me, the honorable lady members. The NADCO deferred, for the reasons that Honorable Chungwa has cited, to the multi-sectoral working group on the question of the not more than 2/3 gender principle or rule. However, if you read carefully the paragraph in NADCO concerning this matter, the intent was and still is that once the multi-sectoral working group completes its work and submits a report here with probable legislative proposals, then that report plus the recommendations and any other proposals would be treated as part of the NADCO report. Honorable Speaker.
It is not in your motion.
It is not in the motion, but it's implied in the report. Yes. So that, because there's a danger here, Honorable Speaker, that if we treat the report of the working group separately from the NADCO, it might face headwinds. And my coalition, the AZIMIO coalition, has taken a very strong position that we support the achievement of the not more than 2/3 gender principle in the House. And we shall do whatever it takes to realize, to make that realization. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and to thank you profusely for giving that guidance, but also pray that this task force will complete its work quickly and bring to us whatever they have agreed upon. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let me not open debate on this. Honorable Nyamaya and Faith, hold your horses. Faith, you are in the meeting this morning, so you know what we discussed. Honorable members, as I put the question, once you pass this motion, and I'm advised it has also passed in the Senate, we'll direct the clerks to both houses to convene a meeting with the senior officials to now look out at your proposals on legislation, both on the Constitution and drafting of bills, so that they can work expeditiously to get the bills in place. If you drafted bills, then pass them on to the clerks, and yours are mere drafts. They'll have to put them in the manner acceptable to Parliament. So let's see how we move from there. And on the gender rule, we'll move as I have guided. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Dialogue Committee laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Ratification of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccines Institute.
Kose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Health tabled the agreement, the IFI agreement, having submitted. Okay, I need to move. Just
Honorable Pukose.
Just a minute. Can I have the notice?
Yeah, you know, you're a veteran member, so I expect you to do the right thing.
Apologies, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I move the motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Health on its consideration of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th December 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute. Honorable Speaker, the International Vaccine Institute is a non-profit international organization that was established on 12th May 1997 as an initiative of the United Nations Development Program. It is an organization dedicated to vaccination in furtherance of global health. Its mission, therefore, is to discover, develop, and deliver safe, effective, and affordable vaccines for global public health. The IFI, therefore, focuses on vaccines against infectious diseases affecting the world's most impoverished populations, with the aim of making vaccines available and accessible to vulnerable populations in developing countries. The IFI has its headquarters in Seoul and is hosted by the Republic of South Korea, and currently has 39 member countries and the WHO. Kenya submitted an IFI requesting the Board of Trustees approval to become a party to the IFI agreement on November 24, 2022. Honorable Speaker, the IFI agreement was submitted to the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly on 21st August 2023 upon its approval by the Cabinet on 6 December 2022. The agreement was subsequently tabled before the House on Wednesday, 23rd August 2023 for consideration and approval of its ratifications. The agreement was committed to the Departmental Committee on Health for consideration and reporting to the House pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, and Standing Order 216-5 FA. Honorable Speaker, the IFI is founded on the belief that health of children in developing countries can dramatically be improved by the development, introduction, and use of new improved vaccines. The IFI realizes this by 1, providing training and technical assistance in the production, technology, and research of vaccines. 2, conducting laboratory and field-based research and development. 3, supporting and conducting clinical trials and field evaluation of new vaccines to facilitate and promote introduction of new and improved vaccines. And 4, cooperating with vaccine manufacturers and national control authorities and other relevant bodies in developed and developing countries to promote vaccine research and development. Honorable Speaker, Kenya will therefore greatly benefit from its membership in IFI in many ways. I'll just highlight a few. 1, the membership will enable knowledge transfer, capacity building in biotechnology and vaccine production. This is crucial as vaccine research and development and field research are catalysts to the attainment of universal health coverage. The technical and hands-on training to develop skill sets across vaccine development and production process, disease surveillance, biopharmaceutical manufacturing, biosafety, and good manufacturing practices requirements are also essential and beneficial to the realization of universal health coverage and economic growth, as the IVI will open Kenya up to a network of vaccine producers, as well as the consortia and networks of researchers in health matters. Secondly, the IVI membership will promote knowledge transfer leading to self-sustenance, as Kenya will set itself as a vaccine producer in the region, and therefore will supply vaccines to other countries, thereby generating revenue for the country. As you are aware, Honorable Speaker, already we are producing vaccines for animals through KFFAPI, and therefore this is not a new phenomenon for us. Thirdly, the most crucial membership to the IVI will support the performance of functions of the Kenya Biofax Institute and the Kenya Medical Research Institute, KEMRI, which are two sagas within the Ministry of Health, one involved in research and the other one involved in production and marketing. And that, Honorable Speaker, will give the mandate to conduct human research for health and to manufacture and commercialize human vaccines, biotherapeutics, and diagnostics. In recognition of this, the Kenya Biofax Institute and KEMRI shall enter into strategic collaborative partnership in technology transfer and manufacturing support. Even as we consider this report, the IVI continues to support the Kenya Biofax Institute as establishes itself in biomanufacturing, a range of human vaccines. The support is through developing research plans, creating partnership opportunities, and enhancing capacity through training and technical assistance. Fourth, African countries such as Egypt and Senegal are already benefiting from having their researchers attend the highly regarded vaccinology courses offered by the IVI in Korea, and the countries have collaborated in vaccine efficacy studies. Kenya can therefore expect similar benefits which will benefit the country as it implements its paradigm shift from curative to preventive and promotive health care. Honorable Speaker, this pursuant to Standing Order 170, the committee was required to conduct public participation during its consideration of the treaty or agreement. The committee therefore placed an advertisement in the print media on 6 September 2023, seeking public and stakeholder views on the agreement in accordance with Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution, Section 8(3) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act number 45 of 2012 and Standing Order 170A2 of the National Assembly. Following this, we had public participation and from various stakeholders, among them the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Investments, Ministry of East African Community, National Treasury, Kenya Biofax Institute, and many other organizations. Following this public participation, Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Health recommends that this House approves the ratification, acceptance, and accession of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I will not conclude without thanking you, Honorable Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the logistical and technical support accorded to us during our sittings. The committee further wishes to thank all stakeholders who submitted their views on the agreement. Finally, I wish to express my appreciation to the honorable members of the Committee of Health, the Secretariat who made useful contributions towards the consideration of the agreement and production of this report. I therefore move and ask Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, the member for KWANZA, to second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Nyonyi. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank the Committee on Health and, of course, the proposal on having this international vaccinations institution here. Mr. Speaker, this is going to be one of the area of attraction in terms of technology, in terms of the shortcomings into the public health. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of the best things that the committee has done. And I take this opportunity to support this to second.
Members, I wish to propose the motion, which is that this House adopts the report of the Honorable Committee on Health on its consideration of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute, IVI, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 5th December 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of the Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute, IVI. I can see the Honorable Victor Koech, the Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the year 2020, March, taught us great lessons and how life can be very, very fragile. And also it taught us that we are so interdependent because the COVID calamity or disaster or pandemic was a serious disruption of the issues concerning the humanity. Not only the humanity, but also business, government were disrupted in a serious way across the globe. And the success of fight against COVID-19 was as a result of different measures taken by many governments, but also the development of vaccine. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, ratification of the agreement of establishment of the International Vaccine Institute is extremely important so that research can be enhanced as far as development of appropriate vaccines within our nation is concerned. Also creating partnerships, partnership which will lead to product development, partnership which will lead to international research, and also partnership which will lead to development of consortia or consortium and networks which can be able to help us in having development of vaccines for different, we may call diseases or viruses or whatever it is. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, this institute will help in improving capacity, creating capacity in form of training, technical assistance, as well as technology transfer within our country. This is extremely important component, Mr. Speaker, so that we may be able to fight future pandemics, so that we can be able to improve our local capacity as a nation to protect not only businesses, but also to protect lives and to ensure we have a stable government which can be able to protect its people from different pandemics. Mr. Speaker, I support ratification of this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member Hosaku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On the onset, let me thank the Honorable Member for Endeavours and the Chairman of the Health Committee for this very interesting piece of what Kenya should actually sign into an agreement, and this House must ratify. as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, an international vaccine institute is important for both research and development. Today, scientific institutes are intended to extend the frontiers of science and medicine. And as such, it was during the outbreak of Ebola in West Africa, and also slightly later, the pandemic of COVID, is when we saw the importance of having these vaccine institutes, where those countries that are advanced in medicine and research were able to consolidate and mobilize scientists across the world to save humanity. And for that reason, from our side, I think we look at how much KEMRI is doing in this country in terms of research on new diseases and in terms of discovery of scientific methods and approach to both preventive, and also helping the ministries. Honorable Speaker, very interesting in Marsabit, there were the cases of KWANZA. It was not a common disease that used to be in our region. But as soon as those cases were discovered, the first patients succumbed. But later on, once it was discovered that people from Marsabit, in pockets, particularly in very rural areas, had suffered from KWANZA, and they were able to get treatment. Honorable Speaker, the world has made quantum leap, particularly in terms of scientific research in medicine. And for Kenya, allowing the growth of such institute will allow institution. From where I sit, when we talk about institutes like IVI, to have satellite institutions of these major institutions that are based in Nairobi, to be able to expand that frontier of knowledge, to be able to do good surveillance, discover of these diseases. So with those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and I thank the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Samburu East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to support this vaccine center. Mr. Speaker, vaccines in our country sometimes there are shortages, there are a lot of maybe lack of availability of vaccines. And Mr. Speaker, when this research center is formed and functional, it will bring availability of these vaccines. And even, Mr. Speaker, when this country will have that research center, the vaccines sometimes which are not available to our Kenyans, they will be able to have that when we develop it. And Mr. Speaker, these vaccines sometimes, the prices of some vaccines are very high. And when they are available, Mr. Speaker, people will be able to afford. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important idea, and I want to support it, Mr. Speaker. When we all know when the COVID-19 strike us, and Mr. Speaker, that period taught us a lesson that everyone wished to have the vaccines, which we are not able to get because they are coming from very far places, other countries. So this is a very good idea, Mr. Speaker. I want really to support it for the sake of our people and even the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Member for Funyula, no speak on this? Okay. Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to congratulate the Chair Health Committee of this House, Dr. Robert Pukose, on this report for ratification, acceptance, and accession of the agreement on the establishment of the International Vaccine Institute. And Mr. Speaker, the importance of vaccines in any country cannot be gainsaid and cannot be overemphasized. If anything, COVID-19 taught not just Kenya, but the world of how important it is to have continuous research, to have continuous improvement of vaccines. And Mr. Speaker, if it were not for those vaccines, maybe the COVID-19 would have ravaged this country in a bigger way. Mr. Speaker, even as we look at the achievement of the SDGs, we cannot leave the issue of the well-being of our country behind. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it is said that a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And in any case, even during COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, when members of the communities are not okay, there is no proper work that can be done in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, what this ratification will do, first of all, it will ensure that it is available, and it will ensure it is the right quality, it will ensure that it's accessible, and it will ensure that our institutions continually are studying and doing a lot of research and development, going with the time to ensure that we actually get closer to become a producer, not just a consumer of vaccines. And Mr. Speaker, what we have seen in this country, the moment you give birth to a baby, you start the vaccination from that point. Not even many parents or even mothers are aware, especially the ones who give birth in the homes, those who give birth in areas that are far-flung. They are not able to access these vaccine services at the time they should be getting them. And Mr. Speaker, what that does, it actually exposes their children to further problems in their future. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be looking forward to this institution to ensure that even in the schools, even as we talk about accessibility, we'll be able to integrate this, considering the whole government approach, to ensure that we have even vaccinations done in schools. And, Mr. Speaker, this will also be accompanied by a lot of civic education. We have seen a lot of even religious groups. I will quote the Kavonokia group, Mr. Speaker, which has even been taken to court that does not believe in actually taking their kids for vaccination. This, Mr. Speaker, should ensure that every child goes through the mandatory vaccination so that everyone can be able to be given what we call the herd immunity. Because even if you vaccine one person and the others are not, you are still exposed, Mr. Speaker. So we will be hoping to ensure that this will be able to happen at this point. And Mr. Speaker, this will also go a long way by establishing this institute, by engaging our academia and our academics, Mr. Speaker. Those children that are doing biomed, those are in the universities doing biostatistics, they will be very useful to be able even to be employed. It will also be a source of ensuring that they get absorbed in the market and be able to practice the trade that they have been trained to, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what the world has shown us is that you cannot be too prepared. You don't know which disease will come. People never knew about COVID, Ebola. They would say you have been actually witched, or someone has bewitched you. Yet it is a disease that with the right research would have been prevented. The issue of cervical cancer, Mr. Speaker, you can actually prevent that from the age of 10 to 15 when this vaccination is administered, Mr. Speaker. So some of these issues, Mr. Speaker, will need a lot of education, will need a lot of involvement, even by non-government organization, by the civil society. It has to actually take everyone on board and leave no one behind. But Mr. Speaker, with that, then we'll be able to ensure we have a healthy society, we have a health community, and we have a healthy country, Mr. Speaker, that can be very well useful when needed, Mr. Speaker, because without that, then we'll be dealing with going to treat, yet we could have prevented, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last point is for the county governments, because this is actually their area, that they ensure that all the vaccinations are actually available at the dispensary and the health centers, Mr. Speaker. That way, we don't have to load it to the referral hospitals. We can leave that for the serious diseases and the referral cases. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Well said, and thank you so much. No, members, I note that there's no further interest to speak on this particular motion. I accordingly call the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker.
Order. The member for Navakolo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 18th of this month, this Sunday, His Excellency President William Ruto led a delegation, a high-level delegation, in which there was a breakfast meeting on sustainable vaccine manufacturing through end-to-end vaccine research and development projects in Africa in Addis Ababa. In this meeting, Honorable Speaker, issues about vaccine, especially with support of the Institute of Vaccine Initiative, were high on the agenda. And Mr. Speaker, this culminates probably, I think, in the next 1 or 2 weeks, in establishment of the headquarters for the African region in Nairobi. And Honorable Speaker, this is a very great achievement for us as a country and as a region. I want to thank the honorable members for supporting this very important ratification treaty, and in which Honorable Speaker's members have put it. Issues about the COVID-19 has taught us a lesson, and we must be able to be in the forefront in having our own institute, Biofax, that can manufacture for us our own vaccines, not just for outbreaks, but also for the infectious diseases, and more so among the children. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my Committee of Health for the efforts they put in this, and I want to ask that the House approves this ratification. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Thank you. Honorable Ruku. Order, come on. Honorable Oundo. Go on, Honorable Ruku.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to studying on number 53(3), which says, despite paragraph 2, the Speaker may, on the request of a member, defer the putting of a question to the following day, in which case the Speaker shall thereupon nominate a time at which the question shall be put. Looking at the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ruku. Members, I note the point of order raised by Honorable Ruku, and accordingly direct that the decision on this motion will be made in the next sitting, which is Tuesday next week. Members, before I call for the next order, I wish to welcome to the House students from Miathene Boys Secondary School, Tigania West constituency, Meru County, who are seated in the public gallery, and they are welcome to follow the proceedings of the assembly this afternoon, and ask members to join me in welcoming them to the House. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable John Mbadi, you've been itching to move this motion since yesterday, but I can't see your members of your committee in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
You know, Mr. Speaker, this thing of BPS has disappeared members.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to move that this House adopts a report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021, which was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 30th November 2023. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my committee, the Public Accounts Committee, and also pursuant to Standing Order 199, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on the audited financial statements of ministries, state departments, commissions, and independent officers for the financial year 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed further, I would want to mention the name of members of this committee who have worked tirelessly hard to make sure that we produce this voluminous report on 60 votes, Mr. Speaker, and paragraphs that were dealt with were 1,787. The membership of the Public Accounts Committee, which is the first one in this 13th Parliament, comprised of the following: of course, yours truly, Honorable CPA John Mbadi Ngongo, EGH MP Chairperson, Honorable Nicholas Tindi S. Mwale, MP Vice Chairperson, Honorable Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse, OGW MP, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel EBCS MP, the Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Ojambo Undo MP, the Honorable Samuel Kenuthia Gashobe MP, the Honorable Amina Udgon Siad MP, the Honorable David Kiplagat MP, the Honorable Edwin Mugo Gishuki MP, the Honorable Gabriel Gaduka Kagombe MP, the Honorable Mohamed Adan Ado MP, the Honorable Nabwera Daraja Nabi MP, the Honorable Victor Kipngetich Koech, who is also known as Mandazi MP, and the Honorable Yakub Ado Kuno MP. It is sad to note that we lost one of our members, Mr. Speaker, who is the Honorable Hassan Kulo Maalim, whose untimely demise cut short his membership of the committee. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly exercises its oversights over national revenue and its expenditure pursuant to Article 95(4)(c) of the Constitution through Public Accounts Committee, which in turn also derives its mandate from Article 124(1) of the Constitution and Standing Order number 205 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. It's important to note that Article 229(8) of the Constitution requires that Parliament, within 3 months after receiving an audit report, to debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. Further, Mr. Speaker, this explains the reason why I was really itching that we move this report and dispense with it, is that further to that, Article 203(3) of the Constitution provides that the equitable share of the revenue raised nationally and allocated to the national government and county governments is to be calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received as approved by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we are still using 2019-2020 audited and approved accounts. And therefore, we are today or this afternoon requesting this House to approve our report, which then will give effect to the 2020-2021 financial year. But I want to give confidence and report here, Mr. Speaker, that even as we deal with this report, my committee has actually done over 50% on the 2021-2022 financial year, and we intend to conclude our deliberations and witness hearings by latest early May, so that the 2021-2022 would be disposed of, and then we will immediately embark on 2022-2023 financial year. By the end of this year, Mr. Speaker, I guarantee this House that my committee will be up to date. We will be waiting for the Office of the Auditor General to conclude its audits on the 2023-2024. And therefore, the question of backlog of accounts will be a thing of the past. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend all the accounting officers whose financial statements received unqualified opinion. And here I want to be clear that unqualified opinion from the Auditor General is actually a good opinion. Qualified opinion is a negative opinion, and unqualified, contrary to the conventional English language, is actually a positive opinion. As to why accountants chose that route, that is something that we need maybe to find out or do research on. I also encourage, Mr. Speaker, at this point, all accounting officers to emulate these worthy examples. In this report, the committee has continued to hold individual officers to account for the various acts of omission and commission that occasioned either loss or illegal application of public funds. In a number of instances, Mr. Speaker, the committee has recommended specific follow-up actions, including further investigation by the investigative authorities, mostly EACC, because most of the crimes that would be committed in these reports are economic crimes. So the committee has recommended specific follow-up by relevant investigative authorities or agencies. And it is my hope that these recommendations, contrary to what we have seen previously, will be implemented within the shortest time possible by all those who are concerned, while taking into consideration public interest above everything else. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to give some highlights of the Auditor General's report for 2020-2021. I will begin, Mr. Speaker, by stating that in consideration of reports of various ministries, state departments and agencies, what are known as MDAs, the committee encountered cross-cutting and at times persistent matters that inform the general observations and recommendations. Specific observations and recommendations are, however, made to each query. So if you go to this report, Mr. Speaker, and it's a voluminous one, this report, then on each paragraph, you will get specific recommendations. What I'm going to do this afternoon is just to highlight or give an overview of those cross-cutting issues or common issues that probably needs much more attention from members of parliament. The general observation and recommendations include the following. First, or one, poor accounting standards and general incapacity of some accounting units. The committee found that despite all accounting units being staffed by qualified accountants and procurement officers, non-compliance with various provisions of the various laws elaborated above pointed to incompetence or resistance. So you find the laws are there, you have competent staff based on their academic qualifications, professional background, even experience in terms of number of years, but still violation of laws and is commonplace. The various breaches included inaccuracies in financial statements. Mr. Speaker, just imagine inaccuracies in financial statements. Yet we have qualified accountants preparing these accounts. Failure to reconcile accounts, very basic, Mr. Speaker. If you are an accountant, you would understand that reconciliation of accounts is one of the basic, actually the first units in accounting class. And failure to address prior year matters. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that this House reports and asks for certain actions or interventions, by the time we get to the next cycle, the same are repeated again and again without any action. Accounting officers have also cited IFMIS challenges. Mr. Speaker, we have been with IFMIS for quite some time now. And so the issues of capacity to manage or use IFMIS should not arise at this stage. And therefore, the committee recommended the following, Mr. Speaker. First, The National Treasury should conduct or conducts periodic sensitization and capacity building for all accounting officers, finance staff and procurement officers across government on their responsibilities during the audit cycle and adherence to international public sector accounting standards. Number two, the relevant professional bodies like ISPAC and others should enforce compliance to standards and met out sanctions to those officers found to be willfully failing to discharge their functions. The second issue that is also cross-cutting is the late submission of supporting documentation. Further to the above, Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that some accounting officers failed to submit supportive documentation to the Auditor General on time. That is during the audit cycle. And Mr. Speaker, the audit cycle is very simple. First, the auditors report to the accounting entity or to the state agency. There is what we call entry meeting, where they hold meetings with the management. After that, on average, you'll find them taking 2 weeks, 3 weeks, even a month, engaging and asking accounting staff to provide documentation. After that, then a management letter is issued to the management and for their response, and they're supposed to respond. Once that is done, again, a window is there of a draft report, which again becomes ready and given to the management. Before now the final report, you find after all that process, still documentation are not provided to the Auditor General as required under Section 68 of the Public Finance Management Act and the various provisions of the Public Audit Act. This invariably led to the committee discussing matters that should ordinarily not feature in the final report, some as mundane as accounts not balancing, appearing before us to answer why accounts are not balancing. A whole permanent principal secretary coming to appear before us to answer as to why the accounts could not balance. The committee observed that accounts and finance staff in the various state agencies did not maintain financial statement in real time and waited for the end of the financial year to commence reconciliations. The committee therefore is recommending the following. One, that accounting officers henceforth comply with Section 68(2)(k) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by providing supportive documentation on time. The committee in subsequent audits will prescribe punitive measures to those accounting officers that fail to adhere to requirements of the law in this regard. Further, Mr. Speaker, the committee will not entertain continuous engagement between officers of the Auditor General and accounting officers beyond the time period prescribed by law. All queries carried to the report of the Auditor General will be considered as such and attract requisite recommendations as is. Mr. Speaker, you still find that when we are holding our meetings, the accounting officers are still engaging the Office of the Auditor General in a bid to clear the audit queries. It is irregular, it is immoral, and my committee has taken a decision that from 2022-2023 financial year, we will not entertain that. 3, the Department Committee on Finance and National Planning considers amending the Public Finance Management Act 2012 to reduce the time period allowed for accounting officers to submit financial accounts to the Auditor General from 3 months to 1 month. Why this is so is that, you see, the accounting officers are engaged with the accounts. They are processing documents the whole year. And therefore, the moment the financial year comes to an end, they don't require more than 1 month to prepare accounts, because accounts are actually supposed to be prepared real time. And if anything, there is an accounting system. You need just to click the button and produce the financial statement, if we have a system that is working, so that we have more time for the Auditor General to conduct audit. We have only 6 months. 3 we give to the accounting officers to prepare accounts, and 3 we give to the Auditor General. We should increase the time allowable or given to the Auditor General to have 5 months to be able to audit and give a more reasoned opinion on our accounts. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the third cross-cutting issue is long outstanding construction works, what is known as stalled projects. My committee, Mr. Speaker, encountered cases where some construction projects took inordinately long to complete for various reasons, including contractor non-performance, latex checker issuances or releases, budget cuts, and general poor foresight and project management. And budget cuts here, Mr. Speaker, this House stands indicted because we allow too many supplementary budgets, which distorts and disrupts the budget implementation process, hence audit queries. This led to sunk costs and general lack of value for money, and in certain cases, interest charged by contractors. Mr. Speaker, my committee is in the process of compiling, in the next report, we will give a brief to this House how much we spend as a country on interest charged on delayed payments and interest charged on projects that are not completed. The committee, therefore, is recommending that the National Treasury should only approve projects that it can guarantee funding and completion within the medium-term economic framework. Mr. Speaker, no new project should, and I want to repeat, no new project should be commenced by an agency before all existing ones are completed or fully funded. Accounting officers are further warned of personal responsibility should contractors fail to perform, considering evaluation of technical and financial capacity of bidders is mandated under the procurement law. Any procurement process requires that the bidders are evaluated based on technical capacity and financial capacity. But then you still find that contractors are not able to discharge and complete projects for either lack of capacity or technical capacity or financial inability to finance the implementation or the execution of the contract. The failure to enforce and or recall performance guarantees will also be personally remedied by the accounting officers. The fourth cross-cutting issue, Mr. Speaker, is non-existent or weak internal audit functions. The committee noted numerous instances, Mr. Speaker, where internal audit committees were non-existent or did not meet regularly as prescribed by law. The law prescribes that there should be a meeting of the internal audit committees at least once every 3 months. But this is violated. This is not observed by many MDS. The committee observed that the current practice, where the accounting officer appointed and facilitated the audit committees, may be a hindrance to the effectiveness of these committees, as they are required to report to the same accounting officer on breaches by the same. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that the current practice is that these committees, which are actually supposed to oversight the accounting officers, are actually appointed by accounting officers. So how then do you appoint someone who is going to oversight you? It doesn't make sense, and therefore my committee is recommending that the National Treasury should submit proposal to the National Assembly within 6 months of adoption of this report, delinking internal audit functions in terms of appointment, facilitation, and reporting from accounting officers to an independent office. The fifth cross-cutting issue, Mr. Speaker, is the budgetary control and performance. Mr. Speaker, all ministries, state departments, and agencies, all, with the exception of none, faced budgetary underperformance predominantly attributed to late exchequer releases, supplementary budget cuts, or incapacity to collect appropriation in aid. This invariably led to underperformance of program objectives and lack of service provision to the public. My committee, therefore, is recommending that the National Treasury and the National Assembly, through the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, make realistic revenue projections and attainable expenditure estimates starting with 2024-2025 budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we are over budgeting. That is the reality. We are budgeting money that is on paper and cannot be realized. We need to be realistic about our projections. And by the way, our Parliamentary Budget Office, every financial year, has always warned us that the revenue projections that come from Treasury are unrealistic, but we continue and we go ahead to approve them. The sixth cross-cutting issue is spending bills. Related to the above, which I've just mentioned, on budget control and performance, state agencies have seen accrual of huge sums of pending bills, largely blamed on inadequate exchequer release and budget rationalization, after commitments have been made and goods or services have been procured. Total pending bills, Mr. Speaker, to date, as at the time, that is August 2023, as at the time we were conducting our investigations, the figure for pending bills, which is basically loan given to government of Kenya by ordinary business people, has accumulated to 567 billion shillings. And I'm not talking about millions here, 567 billion shillings. So this amount should actually be added to the figure that I see being floated around of our indebtedness as a nation of 11.2 trillion. We are about 12 trillion in terms of indebtedness as a country. Mr. Speaker, we'll just give one example. But before I go there, many businesses, Mr. Speaker, have crippled as a result of being owed huge sums of money. People have committed suicide. Those who have done business with the national government and county governments. Local economies have been grounded to a halt because of owing suppliers, contractors money. Banks are auctioning property across the country because of this. But let me just give one example, Mr. Speaker, and that is the State Department for Roads alone. As at 31st December 2023, Mr. Speaker, the State Department for Roads had pending bills of 162 billion shillings, with up to 650 billion of certified works. Really, what that means, the works that are ongoing, all the roads that you see around the country being constructed, their total value, if we have to pay all of them, if they have to be completed, are valued at 650 billion. But works that have been done on those roads, which have been certified for payment and have not been paid, is 162 billion. Now, Mr. Speaker, compare that to how much is allocated to this State Department. The State Department has a provision of roughly 50 billion, meaning that pending bills as it is today, only pending bills, if we were to clear them, we need 4 years, minimum. 4 years, 5 years. To complete, actually 4 years minimum, to pay only pending bills. But if we were to pay all the works, all the roads that you see around being constructed, if we were to pay all of them, we need 12 years. So without even starting a kilometer of road or an inch of road, new road, only the ones that are under construction, we need 12 years to do those roads. That is why, as a country, I think we need to stop politicking and accept the reality that we have been overcommitting and stop any new constructions of roads and continue to complete the roads that are ongoing so that the money that we are pumped on these roads, there would be value for the money that are spent, that we have already spent. The State Department, it's about time this House bit the bullet, and I've said it, to make radical.
There is a point of order which I will listen to. What's out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I respect the Honorable Bandi because he's a senior, he's a ranking member of this House. But it's not right, Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Bandi to purport that the government, Kenya KWANZA administration, does not have a plan.
What is out of order?
Sorry?
What is out of order?
What is out of order, Mr. Speaker, is that Bandi is indicating that Kenya KWANZA government can only do roads with 12 years. And that is not true. There is a plan. Let him...
Order.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I've been sitting here listening to him. I didn't hear him talk about Kenya KWANZA at all in his statement. I didn't. So unless you point out what's out of order, I would request you to resume your seat.
Let me reframe it, Mr. Speaker, that the government cannot be able to meet the pending bills, plus implement the rules. From where I stand, Mr. Speaker, I know government has the plans to pay the pending bills.
Thank you.
And at the same time,
the Honorable Ruku, you'll resume your seat, and I know you want to speak on this. You'll have a chance to contribute on this matter. No, we'll allow the Honorable Mbadi to conclude. Okay, what is the Honorable? And not on what the Honorable Ruku has said.
No, Chair, I wanted to indulge me. Chair, you see, this is the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and he's presenting a report of a financial year. So, this is not we are not in a debate yet. When the motion is, when the report is tabled, it has been tabled, but when it is moved the way it's doing and seconded, then we can contribute. But let us give, this is a very important thing.
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Correct. Now resume your seat and let him do that.
Mr. Speaker, I've been around for a while, so I will reserve my comments on the Honorable Ruku. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that if we continue with the current budgetary allocation of 40 billion to the State Department for Roads, we will take 12 years to complete the roads that are ongoing without starting any new one. And that is the reality, and that is on paper. So, Mr. Speaker, let me continue. It's imperative to note that pending bills are not viewed as public debts, and I mentioned that, yet there are sums owed to private individuals and should be treated as such. The charade currently witnessed of forming task forces to verify bills will come to naught if the bills continue to accrue. In any case, these are bills held by MDS and had been processed by ministry officials. In addition to measures cited above, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the National Treasury should only rationalize budgets that have not been committed. Further, and I mean here, when we are doing supplementary budgets, let us rationalize money that has not been committed, but let us not go to departments and start slashing their budgets in the middle of the year, sometimes towards the end or the close of the financial year, when they have already committed, hence the piling of the pending bills. Further, borrowing by the National Treasury to plug budget deficit should be done uniformly across the financial year to avoid the end-year rush of disbursement and procurement in an effort to beat the deadline. You see, towards the end of the financial year is when the government borrows a lot of money, yet they had already factored that in the budget. And in the process, what MDS do is June, you find in June, most MDS are procuring. And so you cross over the year with pending bills. The other issue, cross-cutting issue, the seventh one, Mr. Speaker, is accrual versus cash basis of accounting. The national government has continued to operate under the primitive and outdated cash basis of accounting that poses various challenges in maintaining of financial records. Accrual accounting provides a more accurate view of an agency's financial health by especially factoring accounts receivables and payables. This will clear the long persistent matter of pending bills and allow agencies to complete programs beyond the end of the financial year, whereas in the current practice sees a rush to expend funds at the end of the financial year. This will invariably need National Treasury to make realistic budgetary projections, as has already been observed above. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the committee recommends that the National Treasury should expedite the full rollout of accrual basis of accounting by 30th June 2024. Mr. Speaker, with the cash basis of accounting we have today, even the pending bills are not in the body of the financial statements. They are found in some notes because they don't form part of our accounts. So that kind of accounting is distorting the financial health of the nation. If we were to treat Kenya as a company, as a going entity, we would be underreporting what exactly is the true health position, financial health of our country. Number 8, Mr. Speaker, or the eighth cross-cutting issue, is interest and commitment fees charged on undrawn loans. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that certain instances where loans have been negotiated, signed, and committed, but the implementing agency was yet to draw down. In some cases, you find a loan has been negotiated, a contract has been signed, commitments made, yet even land where the project is supposed to be implemented has not been procured or acquired. And this is more prevalent with cases of dam construction in this country. I don't want to repeat the issue of Aror, Kimarer, it is, everybody knows. Dam constructions in this country, the loans are negotiated, contracts are signed, commitments are made, yet even the land where the dams are supposed to be constructed have not been acquired. In these instances, interest started accruing pronto, while the Kenyan people did not obtain utility of the programs. This amounts to wasteful expenditure. Funds cited as commitment fees for the year under review amounted, the year that we are talking about, the 2020-2021, funds that are treated as commitment fees amounted to 2,063,104,537 from 20 loan agreements worth 379,943,389,070 that had no drawdowns. Related to this were various donor-funded projects with undrawn balances that implementing agencies had no capacity to absorb, hence foregone development funds. Worse still, the government enters into contracts that prescribe punitive interest rates for delayed payments, some incredibly 3% above the CBK base lending rate. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder and ask myself whether the Office of the Attorney General is involved when we are negotiating contracts or signing contracts. You find some of the contracts are signed with the punitive interest rates, some as crazy as 3% above CBK rate. Yet, we know very well that we are not, by practice, we don't pay contractors in time. Yet we enter into contracts negotiating that in the event that we delay in paying interest, we will pay plus 3% above CBK lending rates. And you see, this is a source where many government officials collude with contractors to fleece and basically defraud this country of much needed resources. The committee therefore recommending the following: that the National Treasury should only enter into loan agreements whose programs or project implementation plans are ready for immediate execution. Accounting officers that fail to absorb such funds promptly and within schedule will be held personally liable and will make good the lost interest, subject to Article 226(5) of the Constitution. 2, the Auditor General conducts a forensic audit on the country's entire debt portfolio and submits a report to Parliament within 6 months of adoption of this report. We also require, number 3, Mr. Speaker, that the Attorney General reviews and approves all financing agreements and contracts entered into by the state to secure public interest. Number 9, Mr. Speaker, on cross-cutting issues is the issue of dual implementation of projects between national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the committee encountered instances under the State Department for Housing and Urban Development where certain donor projects financed by the World Bank to be implemented by county governments posed an accounting challenge, and especially in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. If you read this report, this is a big problem in Kisumu. The accounting officer is expected to account for the funds while total responsibility lay with the counties. You find the money is given to counties to spend, implement project, housing project, funded by World Bank, yet it is the accounting officer, the PS of the ministry, who is supposed to appear before us and answer or account to this. The former basically acting as a conduit and had no control whatsoever. Therefore, the committee is recommending that such funds be wholly issued to the implementing agency as conditional grants, rather than the mongrel arrangement that currently subsists. Number 10, I'm moving to a close of these general cross-cutting issues, is non-compliance with the 1/3 rule of basic salary. Mr. Speaker, this is sounding now ridiculous, especially with the housing levy, ETC, the raiding of Kenyans' pockets by the government as we speak through Parliament, which has been passing these legislations. I don't even think that this provision in our law, is still makes sense.
That you're moving you're moving a motion for the financial year 2020-2021, not the current one.
Yes, I'm just saying that this problem is even going to be bigger. In 2020-2021, I will read what the problem is. It was basically COVID-19 and that we allowed, at one point we reduced the tax rate, then we increased. But now it is going to be worse. But let me just read what is in our report, Mr. Speaker. The committee observed several instances where government employees were not able to comply with provisions of the law and human resource policies on the 1/3 rule of the basic salaries. Reasons adduced were tax reliefs accorded to public officers during COVID-19, but later lifted despite staff committing their net salaries. Moreover, changes in superannuation and tax brackets led to this anomaly as well. The committee observed that there is potential, and this is what I was talking about, of the same worsening due to an uncertain tax regime. Now we are in a very uncertain tax regime. But the committee is recommending the following: that the government ensures staff are not disadvantaged through imposition of tax or other measures on their salaries, and that any new policy regime affecting employees' pay should be capped at the maximum of 2/3 of existing staff basic salaries. I don't know how this will be done, but that is what my committee felt. Failure to resolve prior year matters, Mr. Speaker, is another cross-cutting issue. The committee noted various instances where matters recurred because accounting officers did not implement remedial measures on errors of omission or commission. Whilst awaiting the committee's report for any preceding financial year, it is the expectation of the committee that accounting officers be proactive and incrementally improve internal controls. The committee is therefore recommending that within 3 months of the adoption of this report, all accounting officers should avail a matrix on implementation of various recommendations. This will be alongside the usual Treasury memorandum. The final comment on cross-cutting issues is on resource requirements for the Office of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General requires an independent and well-resourced audit office with guaranteed availability of resources and optimal staffing to enable efficient and effective execution of the audit cycle and to ensure continuous and sustainable audit operations. Over the years, the office has been grossly underfunded considering the huge mandate. The office continues to seek support from Parliament and the National Treasury for enhancement of resources to enable it build technical capacity, expand its presence in the counties, widen the scope and comprehensiveness of audit, and motivate its staff. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that there is a legislative proposal that is, I don't know whether it's already in the House or it is on its way to the House, which is trying to ensure that the Office of the Auditor General, the finances or the funds that are given to it are ring-fenced, that a fund is created for it. That is a welcome move, and I would urge that this House considers giving the Auditor General more funds so that they conduct even a more thorough forensic audit. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you an example that we have just, the Office of the Auditor General has just completed auditing, doing special audit, which was what I would call forensic audit on Article 223, the usage, and also on fertilizer subsidy, and on the sports stadium, which was requested by my committee. If you look at the quality of that audit, it would impress you. That is what we need to see. But that can only be realistic if we have a well-resourced Office of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes, allow me just to mention some of the cases that we have referred to investigative agencies, more particularly Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the State Department for Public Works, under paragraph 871. No, I'll start from here. Let me start with the State Department for Interior and Citizen Services, vote 1021. Paragraph 162, irregular procurement, rehabilitation and extension of Homa Bay County Commissioner's residence. Mr. Speaker, we have referred this matter to EACC. Why? Because on May 7th, 2020, a variation was effected to this contract of 6.4 million shillings, which was 56.4% variation, contrary clearly contrary to the specific and clear provisions of the law. Section 139(6) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. It's clear it should not be beyond 25%. But you find a rogue officers vary contracts upwards to 56.4% with no justification. That is for the ESCC to deal with. State Department for Correctional Services, vote 1023. Paragraph 179, there was a collapsed perimeter wall at Shimolatewa prison in Mombasa due to poor workmanship. Mr. Speaker, first, restricted tender was applied here. No reason for restricted tender. Tender notification was given and contract accepted on 3rd April 2017. And the following day, 4th, contract is signed, yet the law requires that it should take 14 days. Clear provision of the law. And again, after doing work, the wall collapsed. So you can see someone an interest in this. State Department for Devolution, paragraph 185.1, the fund of ineligible expenditure likely to be fraudulent due to submission of forged documents. Mr. Speaker, there is a flood mitigation program in Western Kenya. 388 million shillings given by World Bank to help in flood mitigation. And you just know how our people cry when these places flood. Budalangi, Kano, etc. Money is given to government officials to implement this project. They introduce forged documents. World Bank discovers that you have given us forged document to account for the money. They treat that as ineligible. Yet, instead of Treasury taking action, then Treasury authorizes them that this money should now come from the people of Kenya, and misleads this House in 2020-2021 to approve supplementary budget. And we did, Mr. Speaker, to pay for this money, which became payable by Kenyans because of forged documents. ESCC, we have given you work. Paragraph 193 is irregular payment of demurrage charges. Mr. Speaker, a total of 75 million shillings was irregularly paid. What happened here is that the government of China decided to give us relief food free of charge and sends it with containers. Then government officials decide to keep those containers here for no reason, and now it occasions loss of 75 million. Mr. Speaker, should we close our eyes on that? Those responsible need to pay. There is 76 million, not taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, there is, I'm skipping some, there is one for the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training, procurement and payment for consultant services, where a German company won the tender, but the same was executed by a Kenyan firm, which did not bid. So that also we want ESCC to look into. There is also under State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education, procurement of computers. 199 million was paid on 2,040 computers to 200 schools across the country. The State Department used an expired contract of ICT Department Ministry, which expired on 7th November 2019, but we are in 2020-2021. They used that contract to award tender to a firm. That should be investigated. State Department for Infrastructure, variation of contracts. Contracts were irregularly varied upwards, leading to possible loss. For example, Kiambu Regional Office decided to make payments worth 359 million, up from 273 million, variation of 86 million on works, which is 31% above the required amount. State Department for Housing also has an issue that we have referred to the Auditor General on budget implementation, where unbudgeted expenditure amounting to 531 million was spent. We want to know under what circumstances that happened, because that amounts to spending without Parliament's approval. State Department for Public Works, there were vehicles which didn't have logbooks, and we think there is irregularity. The logbooks can't be traced. That needs to be investigated. Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation, delayed construction of Mwache multipurpose dam project. Advance payment amounting to 85 million was paid. So the ministry tendered and gave a deposit of 85 million, despite not having acquired land for the construction of the dam. So the land has not been acquired. And you give advance payment to a contractor to go and construct in the air, or what are you trying to do? So this is also a case that we have referred to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. State Department for Livestock, full payment for incomplete works. Marimanti Sheep and Goat Farm. Here, Mr. Speaker, again, a hatchery and poultry house was to be constructed. 100% payment was made, yet site meeting minutes. Payment is made on 12th, Mr. Speaker, of June. Yet the previous day on 11th, a meeting was held on the site, and the works were valued at 82%. As at the time of audit, the works were valued at 85%. So how do you make 100% payment, yet you have only done 82% of the work? There are others, I will skip. There's one under State Law of State Department for Crop Development. There's another one on State Law Office and Department for Justice, 6 million. The judiciary also has issues where over 348 million we want to be investigated further because some district treasuries did not submit and spent amounts. But finally, Mr. Speaker, one of the outstanding cases, standing out, which we refer to ESCC, is the case of National Police Service Commission, vote 2101, under paragraph 1775. It was a leasing of counseling center in Karen, Nairobi. Here, the National Police Service Commission entered into a 6-year lease agreement with Swara Safari Hotel Limited from 1st January 2019 for a building. So on 1st January 2019, they entered into a lease agreement, which started on 1st January 2019 for 6 years for 2 plots. One had a building. The other one was vacant for a monthly rental payment of 1,590,000 to be used as a counseling center for all our police officers. The plot with the building, however, had its registered owner as Amazing Tours Limited. At least that is what we were told. But in November 2020, just 2 years after the lease was signed, a notice was given by a lawyer to the National Police Service to vacate the plot, which was being claimed to be registered under Elecona Holding Limited. Elecona sued in March 2021. And the court then ruled in August 2021. It was a very quick case, determined very quickly from March to August, and the judgment was against National Police Service Commission. And the National Police Service Commission was ordered that the commission should pay monthly rent of 750,000, which was close to half of the rent that was being paid in total, from 10th of December 2018, when negotiation was done between the Swara Safaris and the National Police Service Commission. A total of 24,750,000 for the period, plus cost of the suit, was charged or determined against National Police Service Commission. But, Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting because as we speak, we don't even know who is the actual owner of this property. But what is interesting is that National Police Service Commission, before they entered into this agreement, were required to have done the search. But the search that they did was done in 2016, and they are entering into this contract in 2018, December 2018. 2 years later, Mr. Speaker, obviously anyone with common sense, which I hear is common, but sometimes is uncommon to many, dictates, and we know how Kenya is, that property change hand almost monthly or every day. There was no due diligence taken. So therefore, we have recommended that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission should look into this matter with a view to prosecuting those who have occasioned loss to public funds. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to register my appreciation to fellow honorable members of the committee, the ones that I mentioned, the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly, and the parliamentary liaison officers of the Auditor General and the National Treasury for facilitating the work of the committee and making the production of this report possible. Special appreciation goes to the Directorate of Committee Services and in particular the members of the committee secretariat for their commitment and devotion to duty. Mr. Speaker, at that point I would want to state those who have actually been members of audit committees really know how much time it takes to prepare the report on audit committees. Sometimes you work a whole week, sometimes past midnight, to make sure that these reports are ready. Actually, it is like working in an office when you are a member of Public Accounts Committee. Many people, when I was here, Mr. Speaker, in the 10th Parliament and 11th Parliament, we were warned, actually by our seniors then, that being a member of Public Accounts Committee is very risky for your re-election because you are basically here most of the time. But we have tried to balance that with constituency work, and I want to thank my members for being diligent. We have only missed one quorum, Mr. Speaker, one sitting where we had lack of quorum ever since this committee was constituted in September, I think, October 2022. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Public Accounts Committee, I now wish to move and urge the House to adopt this report and the recommendations therein. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move. And I want to request I will reserve that, but a very dedicated member of my committee, Honorable Dr. Ojiambo Oundo, the MP for Funyula, to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank our able chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for having moved the report and having presided over the very many and the endless sittings in room 9 and elsewhere as we probe and review the various books of accounts for the various ministries, departments, and state agencies. Honorable Speaker, one of the roles bestowed on the National Assembly under the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is to exercise oversight of our national revenue and its expenditure. Consequently, it's the history of parliaments that there must be a Public Accounts Committee that basically does that job. And we have done our bit. As we present today, we are presenting 2021 financial year. Honorable Speaker, I do not need to belabor the point, to overemphasize the point, that again the Constitution of Kenya creates equitable share of revenue between the various levels of government. And Article 2032 or 2033, Honorable Speaker, it is the amount referred to in Clause 2 shall be calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received as approved by the National Assembly. So, Honorable Speaker, as we are here today, once this report is approved by this House, it will therefore mean probably in the financial year 2024-2025, we shall use the most recent audited accounts of 2020-2021 to share revenue between the various levels of government, that is the national government, judiciary, and parliament, as well as the county governments. Honorable Speaker, as our party leader normally tells us, the most respected and sought after committee in the Commonwealth and probably in most places in this country, in this world, is Public Accounts Committee. And he has given a nostalgic view when he sat in this parliament and how he was a member of the Public Accounts Committee. And he always advises that you must make sure the executive trembles and fears Parliament through the Public Accounts Committee. Whether we have met that threshold or not is out there for everybody to tell. Honorable Speaker, I sat in the Public Accounts Committee in the last Parliament. I was fortunate enough to sit again in this Parliament, and there are a few observations. Our chair has covered extensively on the issues that we thought we have come across. Allow me, as I second Honorable Speaker, to pick a few of them and probably re-emphasize and reiterate what he has stated here. Number one, Honorable Speaker, it baffles me that an accountant, a fully qualified accountant, cannot keep proper books of accounts. And Honorable Speaker, many times, our chair always thinks I've got something against the accounting profession, but I have never understood how a CPAK with over 15 years of experience cannot undertake book reconciliation, bank reconciliation, cannot prepare management accounts, and cannot ensure all the documents, supporting documents, I don't know if they call them ledger, whatever they call them, cannot be available. It leaves me to believe it's willful neglect or it's a very convoluted process to conceal theft, to perpetuate, abet corruption, and the rest of the things. So as I stand here, Honorable Speaker, we must be very careful and we must come hard on individual chief finance officers and chief accountants who falsely prepare accounts. They must be held personally liable, and we must refer the matter to the relevant professional organization to take stern action and probably even register them, not allow them to hold professional offices and public offices. Honorable Speaker, one of the most interesting things again, they deliberately refuse or fail to give the auditors from the Office of the Auditor General the documents required. And then when you call them before Public Accounts Committee, that's the time, a few days to, they fumble around, give the Office of the Auditor General, and occasionally you find the Auditor General now come, the Office of the Auditor General again come and say the matter is resolved. The audit is a process. The Audit Act is very clear on the timelines. So anything not provided at the end of the timeline, you have breached the provisions of the Audit Act as well as the Public Finance Management Act. Honorable Speaker, this country is very rich, and this country is capable of running its affairs without having to go outside the country to beg, to look for donors, to look for whatever we look for. This country can run its affairs without having to borrow anywhere, any money. Honorable Speaker, and the chair has clearly stated, if you look at the court cases, the awards given against the government, if you look at the penalties, they are mind-boggling. The amount that we pay through penalties as a result of court cases, delayed payment, can actually run this country for a full financial year without having to go and ask for money elsewhere. And Honorable Speaker, this actually is by design. They delay to pay deliberately and tell the contractors, when nyamazia tu hapo, enda kotini, we'll sort out the matter and you give our cut. They negotiate contracts knowing they have no money, award knowing they have no money. In the same vein, Honorable Speaker, the chair has mentioned the issue of unwarranted budget cuts and a supplementary 1, supplementary 2, supplementary 10, whatever the case it might be. It does not make sense to undertake a budgetary cut where a bill has already been incurred, the works are in progress, and then you tell them the budgetary cuts and the works have already been committed, procurement is already in place, the contractors on site. Honorable Speaker, we are punishing Kenyans. I remember last year,
there was a contractor who stripped naked in Kisumu, in one of the Kisumu offices, the government offices. And Honorable Speaker, within 3 months, he was dead. He was either buried in Ugenyo or Bond, one of the two, because the daughter is married to my constituency. You can see the amount of stress we are taking through these people. The other day, Honorable Speaker, you find that our training institution has taken foodstuffs from Mamamboga, the hustlers, the small business people. Since 2021, since 2019, a bill of 20,000, 30,000, 300,000. No plans to pay at all. Is pending bill, and the pending bill is a first charge. But they will tell you, yes, we brought us a first charge, but when we are planning to pay, we were told to do budget rationalization, so we could not pay. It is a wasteful system. It's a system that, Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to relook at. We are living beyond our means, and consequently, there is wasteful use of resources, which we must stem immediately. And we call upon all the teams, all the oversight committees, be it the PIC, PAC, and all the oversight committees, to come very hard on the issue of pending bills, delayed payment, and the rest of the things. Honorable Speaker, we have seen very interesting matter, and it goes around procurement and construction works. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act requires that variation should not exceed 25%. That's what the law says. That's what the regulation says. What technocrats, the ministries and MDS have been doing, circumvent the process, have variations of 24.96%. The stadiums that were being built in 2020, 2021, Honorable Speaker, were subject to that kind of an arrangement. You find 24.96%, 24.36%, and those kind of things. I can see my time is up. I don't know if you can add more minutes so that I conclude. Honorable Speaker, finally, as I conclude, there is lack of capacity, or is deliberate, that there is no monitoring of implementation of the projects.
The second that can conclude and second.
I will give you an example. It was alleged they went to restock various fish ponds in Kenya as part of the aquaculture process. Honorable Speaker, one of the places they said they had stocked with fingerlings was at fish pond in my constituency. When I saw the report, went to the constituency, the manager told me he has never seen people from Ministry of Livestock for almost 7 years. Yet what report they had given the accounting officer that they'd stocked. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, as I second, we need to be vigilant and save this country from wanton laws and wastage of public funds are designed for corruption purposes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've already second. I second, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 30th November 2023. Member for Madare? The member for Soy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to contribute and support the report for Public Accounts Committee that has been moved by our able chair, CPA John Badi, who has been a very committed chair for that matter, and that one we say congratulations for a report well done. And I believe I want to call upon the House to support the report. And I can tell you this is a report that we agreed. All members agreed unanimously. And we call upon
all members of both sides to agree with the PAC committee so that we can pass the report. What I just want to say is that the amount of leakages that are there within government ministries and government agencies is alarming. It is alarming in that if you look at, I will just mention a few, if you look at the contracts that we are entering into contracts with donor partners. And in those donor partners, we have the money that is coming from the donor and the money that is coming from the GOK. The contract is designed by the donor to suit the donor, of course, and then our government officers agrees, knowing very well they cannot be able to raise the counterpart funding. And then the contract is saying that the project can only begin if the government has contributed their fair share. What happens? The money lies in central bank from the donor. The project cannot proceed. The contractor cannot proceed on site. And then there is now what we call interest on delayed payments. And I tell you, I want to tell this house, if there is something we really need to investigate, is the interest on delayed payment. We had even in some circumstances where the amount due compared to interest on payment are the same figure. You get a contractor that is has a pending bill of around 1.5 billion, and then the interest on delayed payment is 1 billion. And if you are going to sum that sum total, you will realize that this country might be losing up to around $500 billion in terms of delayed payment. And that's why we are calling upon all those agencies concerned to investigate the matter and escalate further these issues of delayed payment, so that the government can be able, when they have money, to negotiate with the contractors and get a favorable value for delayed payments. So that, assuming if the delayed payment was 1 billion, then they can maybe negotiate and only pay up to 25%, which will be fair. But also, we have had circumstances where government officials enter into contract, the contractor takes a loan, he does the job, and then when it comes to the time of payment, they cannot be paid, and what happens? The banker comes and sells all his assets because of failure to pay pending bills. So the issue of pending bills, we know every government, when it comes in, they usually want to investigate the issue of pending bills, which is good. But what we want to tell the government is that let us not delay payment of pending bills because of the investigations that is going on. Let those people who have been given the mandate, the committee that has been given the mandate to investigate on all pending bills, let them have a time frame that is not more than 1 year, so that they can be able to do away with the investigations. And those pending bills that are genuine, the government should look for money. Even I dare propose that they float a Eurobond on pending bills alone, so that all those contractors can be able to be paid, and we don't end up creating poverty, while genuine businessmen who are Kenyans have rendered their services in terms of goods and services, but they have not been paid. I think that is something that we need to take seriously. Another mongrel that we realize is the issue of the Auditor General and the courts. Sometimes I don't know whether it is engineered, maybe it is something that we need to investigate, because just by failure to do something small, a a litigant goes to court, is given damages worth millions of shillings. And if you look at those contingent liabilities alone, you will be shocked at the amount that this government need to pay as a result of legal fees. There was even another one that a state agency, they took themselves to the Supreme Court. I don't want to mention the name, I think it is mentioned in the report. They took themselves to the Supreme Court for purposes of getting adversary opinion. And the bill that the lawyer gave that agency was about $500 million. And that is a bending bill that we are supposed to pay. Then you wonder, were they designing when they were hiring the lawyer? What is out of order, Honorable Wangwe? You have been my friend.
Order. Go ahead,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on this point of order that through you compel the member to tell us who is this person that went to the Supreme Court, because the right to information is enshrined in our Constitution. For him to conceal, he'll be part of the team that maybe, Honorable Speaker, is not willing to help this country. Let him tell us who is this, because we will only be able to benefit as members of this House from him as a member of PSC.
Thank you. The Honorable Plagat, are you reading from the report, or this is a story from somewhere else?
Honorable Speaker, it is not a story. And given that I thought Honorable Wangwe is going to read the report, but given that he might not have time to look at the report, and it is something that is public, I dare say that if you look at the adversary opinion that the NLC went to the Supreme Court, and I had one lawyer called Ojambo, if my memory serves me right, and that is the bill that was amounting to $500 million. Eh? Oh, Ojenda, sorry, Ojenda. Ojenda. What is out of order, Honorable Oundo?
Honorable Oundo, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, my good friend and member of the committee, I don't know whether it was a slip of the tongue or what it is. He has mentioned the name Ojambo. And Ojambo are famously from my constituency, and that's to impute wrong motive to my people of Funyula constituency. Can he be very explicitly clear which lawyer is he referring to? I know lawyers here are known, please.
I think Honorable Oundo, if you are listening to the chair, he has given clarification as Honorable Ojenda. Law firm Ojenda, sorry. I think that is a bit clear. You know, these names from Western sometimes are a bit confusing. The law firm, okay. So I proceed. In some instances, Honorable Speaker, you realize there is engineering of documents when they are doing procurement. There was a case whereby a tender was awarded, but when you look at the documents in terms of the certificate of registration and the PIN, they were actually obtained and registered when already the contract had been awarded. So that calls upon that this issue of saying that we need to follow procurement procedure, sometimes it's just an ox. They just design so that they can be able to fool us. And if you look at that document, that report, you'll realize that there are...
Give him 30 seconds to wind up.
Too much interruptions, sorry. So as I finish, what I want to say is that there are so many leakages in government that if we are going to address those challenges, as the chair has put it, we are going to save this country billions of shillings that we might not need to go and borrow more for purposes of our own development. So I support the report and I call upon the House to support so that we can be able to fix the leakages that are leaking, and we can be able, for those ones we have been recommended that further action be taken, action should be seen to be taken so that we can restore sanity in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Navakolo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this report by the Public Accounts Committee, our parent watchdog committee, which drives the national government in terms of whatever they spend, whatever they net and spend, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair, and indeed, most of the issues that the chair has raised corroborate with what I experienced, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, in Public Investments Committee. You find that the issues the chair has highlighted, especially issues to do with poor accounting standards, a situation I feel, Honorable Speaker, that this could be almost intentional, because no person rises to a proper level in finance or accounting department when he's not qualified. But it so happens, Honorable Speaker, that at the end of the day, when you now want to look at what is it that he's doing, it becomes a bit mediocrity in whatever he's presenting before you, and that makes it very difficult that, Honorable Speaker, resources are lost, and yet the persons who have been entrusted to guard it are just going in circles in terms of reporting. I want to be happy with the report, especially the recommendation, and I want to say, if this recommendation is employed and the National Treasury goes ahead to implement it, definitely this is the way to go, because the buck stops with the National Treasury. These are employees of National Treasury. They are the ones who are reporting. But at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, they get the resources from National Treasury on the left, but want to leak it on the right. That is not proper. The buck has to go back to the National Treasury, so that let them now undertake various and routine trainings. I want to make a scale, Honorable Speaker. Why is it that accountants during budget making process are so timely and to the point, but when it comes to spending and reporting, Honorable Speaker, you find a challenge? So let those two scales measure to each other and say the recommendation by the PAC is good, and let us all appreciate and say, should it go that way? Honorable Speaker, the issue of late submission of documents, you find that, Honorable Speaker, this is another level where they just end up sabotaging the whole process. They don't want to present what has actually transpired. Eventually, you are not able to determine what happened where and for how much. But when you call these people, Honorable Speaker, indeed, they come with and present those documents after the process. And in fact, like what happens before my committee, you find two witnesses exchanging very painfully that we gave you, the auditors, this document, and yet, Honorable Speaker, indeed they did not submit that document. During the entry meeting, they were briefed, and in the exit, Honorable Speaker, there is nothing captured to that extent. But eventually, it happens that when you call them, they now present. This is a situation where, Honorable Speaker, if you bring Treasury to task, that the buck stops with them, definitely they are going to correct. Honorable Speaker, I wish also to thank the committee for pinpointing and concurring with the Office of the Auditor General, especially on outstanding works, stalled projects, and how, Honorable Speaker, these projects have come about. Look at a case, Honorable Speaker, for example, veering out of the report and going back to what we've just gone through a day ago. You visit a witness. He stated in the report that the project costed, say, 3.9 billion, but the initial project, Honorable Speaker, was 900 million shillings. What a whooping 340% increment, variation. Who informed this variation? How come the law was violated to that extent? Where are the Inspector of State Corporations? Who sit in the boards? So we need to bring all these persons on board. And looking at the recommendation of the committee, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank my party chair, the Honorable John Buddy, that this is the way to go. So that let us push everything and put the buck to stop with the right person. Honorable Speaker, looking at the issues that have been raised in terms of presentation to the various agencies, Public Accounts Committee does not have the teeth to investigate thoroughly and present. There are organizations which have the charge to present the witnesses before courts of law, the DCI through the ODPP. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate that together with the EACC, various recommendations have been made. The challenge we have is, Honorable Speaker, what happened to the past? Has the past been resolved? The answer is no. Mine is to ask on the various agencies, EACC, DCI, that let us support. This is our country. If Public Accounts Committee has stapled and has all the papers to start with the case, why can't they pick it as early as immediately we vote onto this report? Let them take these people. And Honorable Speaker, once 2 or 3 of these culprits are put to book, definitely it will be a sign that any other person doing so shall also belong to the same journey. And very many of these officers will shy off from just doing things in a manner that the money we'll get will buy me the freedom out of court. Because, Mr. Speaker, you find that somebody has made an error or committed an offense, but he doesn't care. As long as he has the money, he'll get the best lawyer, he'll move, he'll make his way out, and he'll have to survive. He's on the street. You will make noise, but he's working, he's eating, and he's having happiness. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the agencies that are forced are charged with this responsibility. It is my prayer, through you, Speaker, that let them now take up these people and put them where they belong. Honorable Speaker, finally, the committee has observed the issue of a third of our salaries of Kenyans. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that it's true, whereas taxation is good, can we then look at how are we imploring in terms of the law? Why should we, again, Honorable Speaker, put too much tax on what can be beyond the one's payslip? Because once we do that, definitely he'll have to, the payslip will have to reduce. So my prayer to as the committee has put it is, let us also help our officers working in various organizations within the government and even generally the entire country, so that we observe a third rule instead of pushing the Kenyan people beyond what they can be able to survive on. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, this is a good report. It's overdue, and I want to appreciate the chairman, together with the membership, that the report warrants that all the agencies and Kenyans should be able to read. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Well said. The Honorable Member for Kinangop.
Kinangop. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This one has a P at the end.
Yeah, there's always that confusion between Kinangop and Kinango, and interestingly, we're in the House, the two of us. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, and I wish to support the report by PAC, Public Accounts Committee, led by His Highness, the nominated member and a former member of this House in terms of being elected, but of course with a ranking in every way. This is a very important report. And Mr. Speaker, I want to very briefly...
A member is a member. However he becomes a member.
Yes, but his ranking, you know, he's been in this House for long enough that we are taking cue from him in many aspects. Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly, as I support this report, just to point out on two issues. One is the issue of budgeting, and then the issue of paying bills. Because many times we've done budgets in this House, and of course, after budgets, ministries and departments present their procurement plans and actually start implementing the same based on a budget that is passed in this House. And therefore, they will continue procuring in the hope that they will be in a position to pay their contractual obligations to the contractors as should be. But in the middle of implementation of budget, we have what has now become very common, budget cuts. Budget cuts in the midst of budget implementation, procurement done and contracts signed. And therefore, by the end of the financial year, as much as there's proper planning from the ministry's side, they are frustrated by the National Treasury. Either because in the National Treasury, there are gaps that need to be addressed in terms of proper forecasting, in terms of how much revenue they will raise, what kind of projects they will be implemented, or there is just sudden of change of heart in the middle of the budget cycle. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as much as we want to blame ministries and departments for these pending bills, it may not be their own making. But not to say they have also had roles to play. Because in the midst of budget implementation, they realize maybe we would have given B priority and not C. And therefore, they find themselves procuring things that are not within their procurement plan. Mr. Speaker, the issue of pending bills means then that we are flouting our own laws in terms of PFMA and Public Procurement and Disposal Act, whereby you're not supposed to procure what has not been, what is not within the budget. You are not supposed to even think that you can engage in procurement, not unless you're sure that that money is in your coffers. Mr. Speaker, I also want to address the issue of projects that are funded. Some are funded by our coffers, others by external lenders and our partners. World Bank loans from our development partners. And Mr. Speaker, it becomes so very difficult to know which money went where. At times the money is borrowed, projects are not implemented, and of course, at the point where ink meets the paper, and the signatures are as to the aspect that monies have been borrowed, they start earning interest. Interest on commitment fees, interest on the principal amount. Mr. Speaker, it's the high time that we started thinking as a country, at what point must we go look for debts? Because like today, we are speaking of so much money that has been borrowed, but has not yet hit our coffers. We are paying commitment fees when this money is still in somebody's coffer or pocket, I mean the lender's pocket. It's just like walking to the bank, borrowing money, but that money does not hit your pocket, but you continue paying commitment fees because you borrowed, and it's the money that you're not spending. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need to put the debt management office on the spot, so that then they should not be borrowing happy to borrow monies that we are not spending. Mr. Speaker, allow me to digress a little on issues that have been happening, and of course that raises a lot of questions because we are members' representatives. On the issue of schools, because this is an issue that we need to bring to the fore. Our students are registered in NEMIS. During disbursements of capitation, you find that a school has like 500 students that are registered in NEMIS, National Education Management Information System. But the monies that hit the school's account is half amount of whatever registration, the number of registered students in that school. Where is the rest of the money going? When the managers of this school ask these questions, they are told that, you know, the only numbers that we have are so much. Where is the rest of the money going? I am asking this because I've had so many head teachers and principals of secondary schools complaining that indeed this is a number that is registered, but we are not getting what is commensurate with our numbers. Mr. Speaker, we need to get to a level maybe whereby this school, where our schools will no longer be managed by the school principals and head teachers. Let the National Treasury employ bursars who are paid directly from the National Treasury as competent school managers, so that they can run schools and have a link that is between the National Treasury, the Ministry of Education, and the school bursars that are answerable directly to the National Treasury, who is the holder of the purse of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of quota awards, why is it that we have so many litigations in as far as contracts are concerned? And every time there are these litigations, the government is losing. And the whooping kind of awards that are awarded to the so-called litigants, allowance share goes to the lawyers, advocates who are acting on behalf of the complainants. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that we must hold so dearly to us because it is the easiest route of corruption. We cannot have contracts that are designed to fail, designed to fail to the extent that even in the stipulations of those contracts, if you read some contracts and you can just tell they want this contract to fail, so that then someone will just rush to court and get those awards. Mr. Speaker, it is high time as a house we stamp our authority and have a standard document or standard documents that are used for tendering, as opposed to whereby some documents are tailor-made just with an end in mind. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of sticking to procurement plan, I'm going back to where I started, Mr. Speaker. Let us have a way whereby once we pass a budget in this house, we do not rush back again asking for supplementary 1, 2, and actually even supplementary 3 has happened in this house, because now this distorts the very purpose of the procurement plans that we have. I want to give a scenario of our CDF. Every time we are reaching out to the board to disburse money, they ask us for procurement proposal. What is it that you want to do with this money? And we stick by that proposal to the end. If you want to ask for any changes, we have to write to the board that, you know, this project must be changed from this to this. Why is it not happening within ministries? Why is it that this sudden change of heart every time in the middle of the journey, so that then we abandon some of the projects that we had envisaged from the beginning and bring in new projects? Mr. Speaker, I think it's high time that we should not be very happy when we're passing these supplementary budgets. Let us have a budget that can go the full cycle of the year, so that then this story of pending bills, the issue of new projects coming in between implementation of budgets do not arise. And I believe going forward it will be easier even for Public Accounts Committee to audit through to go through these audit reports and see exactly what is happening. Otherwise, this is going to be a circus, year in, out, year in, after a change of every regime. We'll be having these task forces formed so that then they can evaluate and see through what these pending bills are about. Mr. Speaker, I want to rest my case by saying Parliament has a role that is not only given but given by the Constitution in budget making, in oversight. And indeed, we must live to our mandate. We must live to the dream of Kenyans, to make sure that we protect their rights by making sure we are not just happy to just pass budgets here because a few of us have interest in therein. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo, MP for Funyula. You have spoken. Honorable Ruku, you will not be the speaker, especially when this speaker is on the seat. Honorable Ruku, you have spoken to this? No. Yeah, you have your chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, and as I support this report, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is a report, audit report for the year 2020-2021, and it's actually paint a picture which Kenyans, which vindicate the Kenyans for the decision which they made in the year 2022 August of not agreeing with those who are championing those who are running the previous government, because the report paints a grim picture on how the public affairs were being managed by the previous administration or the previous government. The report points on poor accounting standards, which were the thing of every day, as well as general incapacity of the accounting units within the entire government. A leader of any government, Mr. Speaker, it is important to ensure that things are running properly. And this can only be achieved if the accounting officers or different government units or different government departments take their work seriously, to ensure that there's no resubmission of documentation necessary to show how their departments are being run, how their departments are implementing different projects, and to ensure that their departments do not have stalled projects, which this report says there are quite a number of many projects in the year 2020-2021 that they encountered many stalled projects. The report also, Mr. Speaker, point out weak internal audits, a very important function for all the government departments, for all government parastatals organizations. But it seems the then administration was not keen into ensuring there is serious and strong internal audit, and this function is taken seriously. The issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, is not, we have spoken about this problem again and again. It is a huge elephant in the House, which, as we know, Mr. Speaker, every government is a going concern. Which has been reported today, the problem of the year 2020-2021. But hopefully this is a problem which this government is going to sort out once and for all, because as you have seen, Mr. Speaker, out of the previous, the year 2020-2021, now we have seen the second retreat, where the government ministers and principal secretaries are coming together to harmonize their work to ensure some of the issues reported in this report are not going to be the case when the audit report of the year 2022-2023 will be tabled in this House. They will not be the case when the year of 2024-2025 audit report will be tabled in this House. So that's why through some of these retreats organized by the President of the Republic are good to ensure what has been reported here will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, we see a report which is pointing out to executive orders which establishes some of the government units, and those government units lack total support. It also indicates, Mr. Speaker, a very poor management of, or what we may call liability management of the Republic of Kenya. It is through such a report we call upon the current government to ensure that the public liabilities must be properly managed by the Treasury to ensure we don't, to ensure the government does not get into a hole which is very difficult for it to come out of. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is good report which has been tabled by the chair of, by the chairman, Honorable Badi, and it indicates those Kenyans who woke up early in the morning in August 2022 to say that the affairs of their government were not properly run. And for sure, we ask the current government to take note and to go through some of these reports so that they can put their act into order. And for sure, I know that has been done. Mr. Speaker, the budgetary control and performance, it has been important by this report that there has been a serious underperformance by the exchequer in the year 2020-2021, in terms of releasing money from Treasury to different government departments. Is a thing which is also affecting the current government. And we call upon the technocrat to work at the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. And if there are people who need to be, held accountable, who need to be seriously oversighted by this House, is the technocrat to work at the Treasury. Because if there are cartels in this country, you are likely to find those cartels in Treasury. That the principal secretaries and ministry from other ministries, they queue at the Treasury for the exchequer release. So the incapacity to correct the A&A of different government bodies should be looked at in a serious manner. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, today the Anti-Corruption Authority, it collects money from the proceeds of crime. And the Act of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crime Act of 203 does not give Anti-Corruption Authority powers to treat the monies collected from the proceeds of crime as A&A. That money should be taken to a fund or to the consolidated fund so that the government can be able to use that fund, those monies, to implement different projects. So there is there is quite a number of budgetary underperformance as reported by this report. And we hope the first retreat and the second retreat organized by the president, some of these things are being addressed. Because as you know, it never happened in the previous administration. Instead, the president then used to lecture everybody, including his ministers, members of parliament, as well as principal secretaries. So they worked out of here, and probably that may be one of the reasons of why we are getting today a very bad report of the year 2020-2021. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rocco. The Honorable Umundi Karoli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice in support of the report, but with a few caveats and some suggestions or recommendations, not having had the advantage of going through the entire document. So some of the things I may say may actually be in the report, but nonetheless, let me say them. I want to begin by talking about this issue of interest being charged on pending payments due from government contracts. If you understand the way government contracts are negotiated and priced, you'll realize that the government is actually paying double interest on its contracts. Because when people bid for government tenders, they already price the prospect of delayed payment, which is regarded as one of the commercial risks in the contract. So actually, the fact that there will be delayed payment is already priced and is already in the contract. And then when the delay occurs, there's further recalculation and further additional funding to pay for those delayed payments. So we are actually ending up paying double. And I think this needs to be addressed, and there's been attempts to address it, but not very effectively. Because if you look at the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act as well as the PFM Act, there's a requirement that you cannot contract if you do not have a budget, if you do not have the source of funds, if they are not clearly marked and ring-fenced. Yet, we still end up not paying, simply because we do not follow our budgets. And the solution to this is ineffective implementation of that particular requirement in the PFM Act as well as the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act by holding those officers responsible.
those who have signed contracts or those who are supposed to make the payments and do not do so. But most importantly, we need to find out how to ring fence, and I think the committee should do some additional work, how to ring fence debts that are due and payable on government contracts from arbitrary budget cuts. I think we need to hear from the committee what their recommendations are on that particular area. And also, the committee should come up with some very innovative ways of managing government debt. In the private sector, we have something called factoring, where debts are sold at discounted rates instead of keeping them in your books. I think the committee should investigate how some element of factoring can be introduced to government debt, where those debts would be then sold out to those who are willing to pay them at a discounted rate, and then supported by issue of maybe long-term government paper in terms of treasury bills to support whoever's been able to take up those debts. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that there is a misconception, or maybe I didn't get it correctly, that the Office of the Attorney General is responsible for commercial terms on government contracts. I did spend the first 9 years of my life there. The responsibility for commercial terms in government contracts lie with the Treasury. So I think the institution that we need to deal with to get reasonable commercial terms is Treasury. And how should we do that? If you look at our Constitution under Chapter 12, we have some framework for public finance. We have some principles. But we don't have a legislative framework for government commercial terms. I think it is time, maybe the committee should take this up and help us develop the rails of what constitute reasonable commercial terms. If they can have some legislative amendments either to the PFM Act, so where we said very clearly that in entering into a contract, the Treasury will be bound by the following parameters in achieving reasonable commercial terms. The Attorney General does not have that responsibility. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, there's also been a lot of complaint about what we call commitment charges. But I think there's also lack of understanding in this area. Commitment charge is a norm in commercial contracts, and Kenya cannot run away from it, even us as individuals when we go to our banks. Why? What is the basis? Once you go to an institution, a lending institution, and they commit to lend you money, they reserve that money. In other words, they've taken it out of their daily use, they can't lend it to somebody else, and there's a cost to that. So you are required to pay some commitment if you have not made a drawdown. Yeah? And that commitment charge is supposed to be an incentive to you to fulfill the condition precedent for effectiveness of your loan agreement. And so the challenge is not with the commitment charge. The challenge is with the borrower. It is the borrower who is supposed to timeously implement the conditions of effectiveness, but also to implement the project in a timeous manner and make drawdowns so that you don't pay commitment charge. And I think the solution there is in, again, dealing with with Treasury in particular, and the line ministries that are implementing donor-funded projects. It is the same thing with power purchase agreements, where people have a lot of problems with what we call take-or-pay principle or availability charge. These are normal commercial terms that are supposed to incentivize the parties to be timely in the execution of the projects that are underlying in their contracts. Take-or-pay or availability charge: if I've built a power plant, made it available, and you're not off-taking my power, yet have capacity investment, capital investment, you pay for that. And that is why it is separated from energy charge. Mr. Honorable Speaker, let me also talk about this other issue of strengthening the Office of the Auditor General. This, I think, we need to really do, and I hope the report has made some very serious recommendations on how to empower the Office of the Auditor General with modern tools. In audit, the most effective tool is the ability to trace the money. And I hope in that report, or if it is not there, maybe they will think about it, how to empower, not necessarily by adding additional staff, but by empowering the Office of the Auditor General by IT tools, and that will enable it to trace the movement of money. That way you will clearly get into a lot of information, but also empowering the auditor further and making sure the legal framework gives them right of access
to information anywhere, including the private sector, not just within the public sector. I hope there are some recommendations in that regard. But let me also note, while I support the report, that I'm a little surprised. I was expecting there would be some heavy scandals exposed. But I've had just 6 million, 300 million. I thought there could be something. Maybe I've not seen the report. But I hope there are some heavy hitting scandals that we can talk about. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support and I acknowledge the good work done by my good brother, the chairman, and members of that committee. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bonzirai.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa nafasi ili na mimi nikapate kutoa maoni yangu na hasa kuunga mkono hii hoja iliyoko mbele yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri tunapozungumzia hii report ya mkaguzi wa hesabu ni muhimu tujifahamishe kwamba bunge hili huwa linatenga pesa nyingi sana kuzipatia wizara ili zikapate kutumika kuwasaidia wananchi ama kuleta maendeleo katika sehemu zetu. Na mara kwa mara nafikiri miaka nenda miaka rudi imekuwa desturi kwamba tutazipokea hizi ripoti, lakini matokeo yake mara nyingi si yale ya kuisaidia hii nchi, kwa sababu pesa nyingi zinaenda zikipotea na wakati mwingine tunashindwa kujua kwamba tunaweza kuziokoa kwa njia gani. Ni kitu cha kusikitisha kwa sababu kila siku tunaambiwa kwamba wakati pesa zikipatikana, na kila mwaka kuna pesa zinazopotea. Sasa sijui tutatumia lugha gani ili tukapate kuweka mambo sahihi kiasi cha kwamba tunataka kuiokoa hii nchi kutokana na hawa watu ambao lengo lao kubwa hutafuta kazi ili kwenda kujinufaisha wao wenyewe. Mheshimiwa Spika, mfano kwa mfano, wakati hii ripoti inapoona mbali na kwamba inaletwa hapa bungeni, nafikiri iko haja hii tubadilishe mtindo, kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa mfano hii nchi ndogo jirani hapa Zanzibar, mara nyingi kama hii ripoti ya mkaguzi inaletwa hufanywa hiyo siku kuwa kama public holiday, na wakati anapokuja kuisoma kila atakayekuwa amehusishwa na ufisadi huwa saa ile ile anakabidhiwa mkuu wa polisi ili kwamba yeye awe mgeni wake na kwenda kuangalia ni kitu gani atakachojibu, na kama penginepo ameshindwa kujitetea basi anakuwa ni mgeni wa polisi na mahakama ili tupate kujua kwamba haki zetu zinaweza kulindwa kwa njia gani. Lakini hapa tumekuwa tukipokea hizi ripoti, na baada ya hizi ripoti tukizungumza na kusema kwamba hii ripoti tumeipitisha, hakuna hatua yote inayochukuliwa. Nafikiri ni jukumu letu sisi kama wabunge hivi sasa tuje na mwafaka wa kusema kwamba hizi ripoti zinapokuwa zimepitishwa, kuna nafasi ya kuweza kuzisukuma kwa vile vitengo vinavyohusika na kuangalia masuala ya ufujaji wa pesa, ili tuhakikishe kwamba sheria itaanza kuandamwa, na tuhakikishe kwamba kila baada ya mwaka wakati ripoti imepitishwa na imepelekwa kwa vile vitengo, tutakuwa na wakati wa kuweza kujua tena kwamba ile ripoti tuliyopeleka aidha kwa watu tume ya ICC ama DCIO kwamba wamechukua hatua gani na kwamba matokeo yake yamekuwa ni vipi, kwa sababu itakuwa ni kazi bure. Ni kama ambaye siku zote sisi pesa zinazotoka kwa kodi ya mwananchi na kujitetea, kumbuka kwamba anategemea nyumba hii na ametegemea viongozi hawa walioko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunalinda mali yao, na ni baadhi ya wenzetu wale wanaozunguka katika hizi wizara tofauti ili kujaribu kukagua pesa zetu zimetumika kwa njia gani. Nilisikitishwa juzi, nafikiri kamati moja ya bunge sijui ilikwenda katika institution gani na ikaenda ikapata kwamba kuna pesa zilikuwa zimeongezwa, zile ambazo zilikuwa zimekusudiwa kutumika ni kama milioni 900, sasa zikaongezeka mpaka milioni 300. Unashindwa kama hali hii itaendelea namna hii, kwa kweli hii budget itakuwa tunawafanyia wale ambao matumbo yao hawatosheki kile wanachokula, wanataka pia na cha kuweka. Biblia ilituambia itanifaidi nini kupata ulimwengu wote, maisha yangu yaje yawe hatarini? Hawa watu wamesahau kwamba kwanza kuna Mungu, wamesahau kwamba watu huishi hapa na huondoka, kwa sababu nyumba hii imewahi kuwa na waheshimiwa waliokuwa hapa na walikuwa wazungumzaji wazuri, lakini mwisho wa kwisha waliondoka. Swala ni kwamba huko walikokwenda, kwa sababu hawajarudi, tuna matumaini kwamba huko ni kuzuri na penginepo wanaona mambo mazuri. Je, mbona tunahatarisha maisha yetu hapa sisi kwa sababu ya kutotaka kufanya yale ambayo tunahusishwa kuweza kuyafanya? Mheshimiwa Spika, langu mimi ni kuomba tu kwamba wakati mwafaka upatikane na sheria tukapate kuiunda, ili tujue kwamba kazi hii yote inapofanywa na mkaguzi wa hesabu anapoleta ripoti yake, tunaikalia kama hivi tunavyojadili, na tunapoipitisha tujue kwamba tunaipeleka kwa vitengo gani, ili tujue kile kilichopotea kinaweza kurejeshwa kwa njia gani. Leo tutatangaziwa kwamba fulani kaharibu, na kesho bado bajeti ataleta, atapewa pesa akafanya vile vile, na abaki kuwa kwamba hawezi kugusika, kwa sababu pesa alizoziba ndizo zinazotumika kuweza yeye kujilinda na maisha yale ambayo ameyazoea. Bwana Spika, nafikiri wazungu walisema mno ni mno, ama enough is enough. Sasa tumefika wakati ambapo tunasema kwamba yule aliyesema punda amechoka, na sisi nasi tunasema ni muhimu sasa tubadilishe ama tuje na njia mbadala ya kujua kwamba tutaweza kuzilinda pesa zetu za kodi kwa njia gani. Maendeleo tunayataka, lakini kuna wale ambao wanajua kwamba maendeleo yanatafutwa, lakini wao kazi yao kubwa ni kusubiri kwamba watanifanya nini, manake zitakapokuja watafanya vile wanavyofanya. Tukizungumzia habari ya hizi tenda ambazo tunazizungumza, nafikiri huwa kuna mahusiano fulani yanayoendelea kati ya wale ambao wanazitengeneza hizi tender document na wale ambao penginepo wanaenda kufanya kazi, kiasi cha kwamba anaambiwa kwamba huu mradi ukiufanya kufika mahali fulani, leta ile kitu inaitwa variation. Sasa yeye anajua kwamba atatengeneza pesa ambazo si za kazi, ni zake za kuweka mfukoni, lakini mwisho wa kwisha ni kwamba pesa zimekosekana, ama mradi umeanza haukuweza kumalizika. Nashindwa ni kitu gani kinachofanya kwamba wakati mwingine tunaambiwa kwamba kuna zile mnazoziita sijui white elephants, kwa sababu mradi umeanza na haukumalizika. Ninavyojua mimi sheria, kabla mradi haujakuwa tendered, mpaka tuhakikishe kwamba pesa ziko pale. Sasa inakwendaje pesa zile ziko pale na mradi usimalizike mpaka ifike kiwango cha kwamba ni lazima pesa ziongezeke? Hawa watu ni lazima tujue kwamba tutakwenda namna gani. Manake hivi karibuni, Bwana Spika, nilikuwa nafikiria kuleta mswada ambao najua kwamba utakuwa na upinzani, lakini ni afadhali hivyo. Mtu anashikwa, anapelekwa kotini kwa sababu ametumia njia za mkato. Unakuta unaambiwa kwamba mashahidi hawakwenda kotini na kesi imetupwa. Sasa serikali hii na vitengo vyetu vya usalama vilivyoko hapa tuweza kushindwa sisi kwamba huyu shahidi amekosa kuja mahakamani na serikali huenda ikapata hasara, lakini tukose kumchukulia hatua yule shahidi ambaye anajua ni kitu gani kilichofanyika, na alitoa statement ili huyu mtu apate kushtakiwa, lakini hivi sasa anakaidi kwenda mahakamani maana amepewa pesa. Labda tutakapoanza kuwatisha hawa prosecutors na kuambia kwamba unaponipeleka kotini na nikienda nikishinda koti, nikishinda kesi, mimi nami na haki ya kukushtaki kwa sababu inaonekana nilipeleka mahakamani na kubwa ulikuwa huna ushahidi. Ndio tutajaribu kutetea hali zetu na mali zetu, kwa sababu hapa lazima tujue kwamba ni mahali gani sisi tunapunjwa na mambo kama haya. Bwana Spika, tumekuwa tukipewa hizi pesa za CDF, tunazipata mwisho kwa kupeleka pesa upande mwingine tukidhani kwamba kule maendeleo yatapatikana, lakini kule zitaharibika. Manake ni kama hivi tunapoambiwa kwamba hizi pesa za CDF pia zinatakana ziende kwa county government. Lakini angalia, kwa ule muda mchache ambao nimekuwa bungeni, nimeiona faida ya kwamba nikianza kazi ya bunge shule za upili zilikuwa ni 6 katika Kinango. Sasa niko na shule 32. Primary zilikuwa ni 58. Sasa niko na shule 187. Kwa kusema kweli, Mheshimiwa Spika, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, kwa sababu sisi ndio watu tuopoa majukumu haya, na ni sisi tuangalie kwamba majukumu yetu tutatumia vizuri, ili tujue kwamba tumeweza kukamilisha kazi zetu kwa ujumla. Asante sana, naunga mkono.
The Honorable Charo Kazungu, MP for KWANZA.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi pia nataka nichukue fursa hii niweze kujiunga na wenzangu ndani ya bunge hili kuweza kuunga mkono ripoti hii ya mhasibu mkuu wa serikali, na nipongeze kamati ambayo iliweza kufanya hii kazi kwa sababu imefanya kazi nzuri sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kusema kweli nchi yetu ya Kenya hata kama ina matatizo mengi sana, lakini ni nchi ambayo ni tajiri sana kirasilimali. Lakini tumepitia wakati mgumu kama taifa kwa sababu ya ufujaji wa pesa za serikali. Wale ambao wamepewa nafasi kufanyia hii serikali mara nyingi wanachukua hatua za kujinufaisha hao wenyewe, lakini hawaangalii vile mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza akafaidika kutokana na mapato ya serikali. Miradi mingi ambayo inaanzishwa, ama ukiangalia miradi ambayo serikali imeanzishwa, ni miradi ambayo hayaanzishwi kwa sababu ya lengo la kumnufaisha mwananchi, lakini mara nyingi inaanzishwa kwa sababu watu fulani waweze kufaidika. Mheshimiwa Spika, utashangaa ni kwa sababu gani miradi ya serikali ambayo huwa inachukua wakati kupangwa, na serikali ina watu wengi sana ambao wana masomo na wana ujuzi wa kutekeleza miradi, lakini utapata miradi hiyo inafanywa halafu baada ya muda kidogo inaweza kuachwa, inaweza kuwa ile tunaita stalled project ama abandoned project. Hii ni kwa sababu hii miradi ilipoanzishwa haikuwa na wananchi wa kawaida katika malengo, lakini ilikuwa ni mradi uanzwe, watu waweze kupata kickbacks zao pale, halafu baada hivyo miradi inaachwa. Ukitembea nchi utapata serikali imepoteza pesa nyingi sana. There has not been any value for money. Hakukuwa na faida ya ile miradi ambayo hii nchi imeweza kufanya. Ni kwa sababu miradi imeanzwa halafu baada ya muda kidogo miradi inaachwa. Serikali imepoteza pesa nyingi sana, na ninashukuru vile hii ripoti ya mkaguzi wa hesabu imeweza kuleta hii picha kamili ya yale mambo ambayo yanafanyika kule mashinani. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima kama bunge tuweze kuja na mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba mambo kama haya hawezi fanyika tena, kwa sababu Wakenya wanaumia. Miradi ambayo pengine ingefanywa ikaweza kuwasaidia katika maisha yao imeweza kuishia katikati, ama imeweza kuachwa, ama priorities zimebadilika, miradi wa serikali unaachwa, watu wanafuata shughuli zingine. Kwa hivyo ni kutia shime ile bunge kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kuweka mkazo zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba wale wahusika ambao wamepewa jukumu na serikali hii kuhakikisha miradi inaweza kufanyika waweze kufuatiliwa pia. Ni lazima waweze kuchukuliwa hatua, kwa sababu haiwezekani mradi wa serikali uanzwe halafu uache katikati, halafu hakuna hatua yoyote ambayo serikali inaweza kuchukua ama kuchukulia wale ambao wameweza kufanya hayo makosa. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ripoti inagusia mambo ya madeni. Na ni ukweli kabisa kwamba hii serikali ina madeni mengi sana. Nikisema madeni namaanisha zile pending bills. Kuna watu wanaumia kule nje kwa sababu wameweza kutoa huduma katika kwa hii serikali, lakini wamekaa miaka mingi bila kulipwa. Kuna wale ambao wamekuwa auctioned, kuna wale ambao wamefungwa kwa sababu walikuwa pengine wamekopa pesa mahali alafu hawakuweza kulipa, na kuna wale ambao biashara zao zimeweza kutatizika kiasi kikubwa kwa sababu waliweza kupeana huduma kwa serikali na hawajalipwa. Hili ni swala ambalo limetatiza si national government peke yake, hata mashirika ya serikali na pia ukiangalia hata county governments. Mimi ninajua watu wawili watatu ambao wameweza kupoteza mali yao yote kwa sababu ya auction, kwa sababu ya kuwa wamefanyia kazi serikali, wamefanya supplies, wamefanya contracts na hawajaweza kulipwa. Mimi ni kuomba tu serikali ya kwamba iweze kuangalia, kwa sababu hawa ni Wakenya na wana haki ya kufanya biashara kama Wakenya wengine, Mkenya mwingine yoyote yule. Na si haki mtu aweze kufanya kazi halafu akae miaka 3, miaka 4, wengine wamekaa hata miaka 10 bado wanadai hii serikali. Hata mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu hayo ni makosa. Na ile kamati ambayo inashughulikia mambo ya pending bills, mimi naomba tupate suluhisho la kudumu na haraka iwezekanavyo, kwa sababu hii ni dhuluma kwa Kenya. Na kama tunataka sote tunapania uchumi wa Kenya uweze kukua, ni lazima pia tusaidie wale ambao wanashughulika kwa njia kubwa kuhakikisha kwa uchumi wa Kenya unaweza kukua. Biashara peke yake ndio itakuza uchumi. Na kama serikali inadhulumu na biashara, then sioni ni kwa njia gani ile tunaweza kusimama hapa ndani ya bunge na tuseme uchumi wa Kenya unakuwa ili hali wananchi wanaumia kule kwingine. Tumetangulia kusema kwamba ufisadi ndani ya katika idara ya serikali uko hali ya juu. Na hiyo nafikiri pia ni mambo ambayo hii ripoti ya mkaguzi imeweza kuyaangazia. Na ni kweli ufisadi uko kila mahali. Kila department ya serikali, kila department ya county government utapata kwamba kupata huduma pale ni lazima uweze kutoa kitu kidogo na mambo kama hayo. Project za serikali zinakuwa inflated, zinawekwa katika bei ambayo sio yake kwa sababu watu waweze kufaidika. Kitu ambayo tumeona pengine haijatiliwa mkazo na hii ripoti pia imetaja ni mambo ya internal audits, internal controls. Internal auditors hawapewi nafasi katika hii serikali waweze kufanya kazi yao. Na mimi najua internal controls zikiwa sawa, hata external auditors watakuwa hawana kazi ngumu, kwa sababu already kama kuna ufisadi wote ambao unafanyika, internal audit department ina uwezo wa kuflag out ama ina uwezo wa kuona na kurekebisha. Kwa hivyo kama tunataka kumaliza ufisadi ndani ya idara za serikali, kama tunataka kumaliza ufisadi ndani ya hii serikali yetu yote, ni lazima kwanza tuhakikishe kuwa internal controls, internal audit department zinakuwa empowered vizuri. Na hapo tukifanya hivyo, nina hakika hata external auditor atakuwa na kazi rahisi, kwa sababu itakuwa mambo yake ikifika pale akipata zile reports za internal audits already zinamwambia ile matatizo iko pale, na inakuwa haraka pia yeye kuweza kufanya kazi yake na mambo itakuwa rahisi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuishia hapo nikisema kuwa ninaunga mkono hii ripoti na napongeza kamati ambayo ilihusika kwa kufanya kazi iliyokuntu kabisa. Asante sana.
The Honorable Dr. Kalimulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by really thanking the Honorable Mbandi and his committee for this report. Honorable Speaker, I was just discussing, I was here when he was moving the report, and I listened to the cross-cutting issues. And Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you're very much aware, you, Honorable Mbandi, and Wangu, and myself, we have been here for a long time. And I was trying to compare what we have been hearing when we get this report presented and what we are hearing. Honorable Speaker, what is very frustrating, and I think as a House we need to take this very seriously. What was very frustrating, Honorable Speaker, is the fact that all those cross-cutting issues, almost 80% of them have been captured in all past reports. So the question is, are we just doing this for the sake of doing it? Is this House acting in vain? And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the papers for the last 2 weeks, you realize that the Auditor General has been coming out very strongly to indicate areas where public resources are being misappropriated or misdirected. And Honorable Speaker, I think really what we need to do, even as this committee does this wonderful job, excellent job, it is important we think about how do we implement these important recommendations to save this country this kind of wastage. Honorable Speaker, I believe, and I'm sure most of the Kenyans will agree with me, if we spend our resources prudently, Honorable Speaker, we'll have no reason to borrow in this country. Our problem is wastage. There is so much wastage, and those who engage in wastage just move around scot-free. That's why we have, Honorable Speaker, for example, Honorable Speaker. When you look at the report, it says, we have accounting officers, we have chief accountants who cannot keep books of accounts, just simple records of accounts. And Honorable Speaker, that's somebody who has a CPA-K in this country. And I do believe, Honorable Speaker, these are some of the people who have CPA-K on paper, but in reality, they have not earned those papers. That's what the Public Service Commission was saying. This country has a lot of people with fake degrees and fake academic papers. So I think, Honorable Speaker, time has come. If we give you a mandate to be in charge of our ministry as the chief accounting officer or chief accountant, and you can't prepare simple books of accounts, Honorable Speaker, we have no choice but to sack you so that you go home and do other things. Because we cannot be sitting here every time, Honorable Speaker, and we see Kenyans losing money. These are taxpayers' money. The money, Honorable Speaker, you and me, we are being squeezed to the last cent to contribute. Imagine your own small businessman in Mutembei town who has been taxed, and we are talking about taxation here. And after getting that tax from that old man, that old mama, that hawker there, we give the money to Treasury. And let me, Honorable Speaker, the accounting officers, the best they can do is to do what we are seeing in this report. You can't keep books. We cannot continue accommodating this, Honorable Speaker. Look at the issue of the pending bills, Honorable Speaker. And this is a matter we have discussed in this House many times. Our business people, our entrepreneurs, our people who are in the industry, they have gone to the bank, they have borrowed money, millions, they have invested that money, they have produced goods and services, and they have sold those goods and services to the government. Some have gotten loans. And after doing that, Honorable Speaker, you take a whole year. Yesterday, the paper was saying, if you look at the report by the budget, about Parliamentary Budget Office, they were saying Kenya now owes our own businessmen about 796 billion, Honorable Speaker, unpaid bill. These are our fathers, these are our mothers, these are our sisters, these are our brothers. And since we can't pay them, what is happening? Some are getting sick with high blood pressure, some are dying of stress, others are even committing suicide, Honorable Speaker, because they cannot manage the debt. And then the government is here clubbing. I think, Honorable Speaker, as a House, we need to make a simple decision, a very firm decision, that as a House, we push the executive, even if it means, I agree with somebody who was proposing, Honorable Speaker, we can borrow this money through an infrastructural bond or through Eurobond, another Eurobond, that we pay our own people. There is one advantage with that, Honorable Speaker. The advantage is, once you pay them, they are going to engage in economic activities. They are going to spark growth in the economy, because you have economic activities will trigger demand will trigger production. At the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, there will be economic growth and we can collect more money from the same Kenyans. Now, when we deny them the opportunity to pay them, same problem, comes a vicious circle. We want the economy to grow, we are not about our people to do economic activities. So what happens? The economy stagnates. The other point, Honorable Speaker, which is important, is the matter of public debt. When Honorable Mbandi was moving this report, there's something he said, which is very worrying, Honorable Speaker. Some MDAs, government, some ministries, departments, and agencies have gone out there, signed for loans, contracted loans, got the loans committed, and for the last 5 years, they have not drawn a single cent on those loans. So what is the government doing? The government is paying commitment fee. If my memory serves me well, our last report as a Public and Debt Privatization Committee, our last figures were showing, for the last 6 months of last year, the government had paid to the tune of 580 million as commitment fee. Can you imagine how that money can be, how many classrooms you can do? Can you imagine how many dispensaries that money can construct? And we are paying just because somebody somewhere signed for a loan, which was not even properly appraised, and that loan is now been committed. We are paying for a loan we are not using. Why should such an accounting officer, Honorable Speaker, be in office? Why should we pay salary to such a person? These are the major issues. And that's why I think, even as the Honorable Man gives us this good report with very clear recommendations, Honorable Speaker, I think now as a House, we need to make a decision. If our implementation committee was working excellently, Honorable Speaker, and I think we need to strengthen that committee. These are some of the recommendations should be taken today, run with them, and I can tell you, Speaker, we will save this country so much resources that there will be no need to float any Eurobond. We'll be able to get enough money to sort our people. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, on these loans. You know, there are situations where we are borrowing loans, Honorable Speaker, and in terms of application of the loan, and I want to give a very good example, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you, me, and Band and Wango were here in 2014. We were here when the current Eurobond was being taken. And all along, the Auditor General has been saying he was not sure where that money was applied. And now you can see, we don't need any evidence. Because after 10 years of borrowing this money, if we had invested this money in a productive activity, the loan would be repaying itself. Now, we have gone out there to Eurobond again to take another Eurobond to pay back the Eurobond of 2014. What does it mean? The money never went to economic activity so that it could support repayment of the loan. So we are saying, Honorable Speaker, you don't borrow to consume. You borrow to invest. And anybody who goes out there to borrow, you must be able to borrow to invest. And I think we should actually hold people responsible. We are saying, if you went out there, committed Kenya to a loan, which was never used for investment, you should pay that loan alone. In that case, accounting officers will be more serious in terms of prudent management of public resources, and this country will go to where it should be. This Kenya should not be a low middle income by the resources we have and the resilience of our economy. Kenya should be a middle level income country, generating enough resources and possibly giving loans to other countries. But we are not there, Honorable Speaker, because of the same reason. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Speaker, at times you get so much annoyed by listening to some of these reports. You ask yourself whether you are worth being in this country. Because this country, we pride ourselves to have the best brains. And Honorable Speaker, you know that because when it comes to legal matters, you are one of those top brains in this country. We have top economists in this country. We have top accountants. We have top engineers. We have everybody top. And despite all these top brains sitting in offices, look at where we are. Honorable Band is telling us we have not been doing anything for the last 10 years. We continue generating these reports. But now, knowing what Band is and when he was our minority leader, what he's able to do, Honorable Band, I want to urge you, in consultation with the Speaker of this House, and anybody who matters, let's get this report implemented, and we see heads roaring. Once that happens, Kenyans are going to have trust in this House, and they are going to know that we are doing a good job for the country.
Makali, you need more minutes. You've earned 3 more minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. So, Honorable Speaker, we're just saying, let's push this thing. For example, Honorable Speaker, the issue of variation of contracts. When Dr. Udo was seconding, he says, they have witnessed a situation where, because the law requires you can only vary a contract by 25%, some people have gone to an extent of varying contracts by 24.96. And there are many of them, it's just not one instance, several. In such a situation, Honorable Speaker, what evidence do you need to take such a crook to court? Because it means they're just manipulating the figures so that they take the money away. And that's what we are saying. This country, if we don't address corruption, Honorable Speaker, corruption will eat all of us. It's going to be a ghost which is going to swallow all of us and will remain with no country. And that's what I want to urge our colleagues in Kenya KWANZA. And we have said it many times. This is not the time to talk. We have heard enough stories about the eradication of corruption. We want action, Honorable Speaker. We want action. We want to see heads roaring. We want to hear this accounting officer has been put in jail, this PS has been put in jail, this chief accountant has been put in jail, so that we know at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, everybody will be like the Bible. Kila mtu atabeba msalaba wake, in quotes. If we go that direction, Honorable Speaker, we will be helping this country. So, Honorable Speaker, these oversight committees, pick and pack, they do excellent job in this country. But how I wish we were able to implement these reports. How I wish we could gang up, all of us as Kenyans, and say, those who have been picked out in these reports as being responsible for the mistakes, they must leave office. And I think we need to introduce, Honorable Speaker, you know, there's this issue about, can you step aside for us to do an investigation, and then you come back if you are clean. I think that's a matter we need to push more hard. So that if you are mentioned in a report like this one, step aside, earn 50% of your salary, we clear you, and once we clear you, come back. If we don't clear you, we take you to court. And in that case, then, Kenyans will see the need for being straightforward. They will see the need of being high level of integrity, so that at the end of the day, we have a country for the current generation and the future generation. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this report, but my plea, please, let's move to the next level of implementation of the recommendations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Makali Mulu, for sharing your deep expertise on those matters, finance and integrity. The Honorable Liza Chelule, the MP for Nakuru County.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi huu. Pia nichangie kwa ripoti ambayo imeletwa katika ikumbi hii ya taifa letu. Imeletwa na chairman mwenyewe ambaye amesimamia ukaguzi ya utumishi wa pesa katika nchi yetu. Nimesikia kwa umakini sana taarifa yake ambaye amechukua karibu masaa mawili akituambia taarifa ambaye imefungua macho ya wananchi. Na ninataka kusema hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, ingawa chairman alikuwa akitumia lugha ya ungenge, ningependa sana kama angetumia lugha yetu ya Kiswahili, because kila mtu ataelewa nyumbani. Na nataka kuchukua hii nafasi kupongeza waheshimiwa wenzangu ambaye wameketi nyuma yangu kwamba walichukua nafasi kusema ama kuongelelea hii taarifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ambayo inaeleweka pale nyumbani. Ni kwa nini nasema hivi Bwana Spika? Mambo ya kuangalia mambo yetu ya miradi katika serikali, iwe ni miradi ya shule, iwe ni ya hospitali, iwe ni ya ofisi ya chief, iwe ni miradi aina yoyote ya maji, ya barabara, wale watu wanatakikana kuangalia kwa makini sana ni wananchi wa Kenya, ambaye hawa ndio wanatupigia kura, ambaye wako nyumbani kila mara. Ufisadi imetuumiza kama nchi, na hasa sana imeumiza watoto wetu na imeumiza hata kina mama wetu. Kwa nini nasema kina mama? Kama kuna hospitali mahali fulani ambaye ingefaa ichengwe na ipate yule mtu mfisadi, hiyo hospitali haitajengwa. Ama kama kuna mahali inatakikana iwekwe dawa hospitali fulani, na pengine kandarasi fulani imepatiwa mtu fulani na hajapeleka dawa, wale wataumia sana Bwana Spika, ni watoto na wamama. Unaelewa kwamba katika katiba yetu kuna nafasi ambayo wamama wamepatiwa pia wafanye kandarasi katika kazi ya serikali. Wamepatiwa nafasi katika katiba. Kina mama na vijana na watu ambao wasiojiweza wamepatiwa nafasi katika katiba yetu. Lakini unajua hawatafanya hiyo kazi, sababu kazi ambayo inafanywa ni mambo, yani mawazo, vitendo na tabia wananchi wote ambao wanatenda kandarasi inaonyesha kwamba hawana haja na watu wengine. Sababu ya ufisadi hawapatii nafasi vijana wetu. Unaweza fikiria vijana wakipata kandarasi na waende bank watoe pesa ama wakope pesa kwenye bank, wafanye hiyo kazi wamalize, na kama hawatalipwa watalipana nini? Hiyo peke yake ndio imefanya vijana wetu wakose imani na mambo ya kandarasi, wakose imani kwa mambo ya kufanya kazi katika serikali yetu. Na ndio unaona umaskini inaenda juu, sababu wale wanalengwa sana ni wale wengi katika taifa letu. Na wale wengi Bwana Spika, utaamini na mimi kwamba wale wengi katika serikali yetu ni kina mama na vijana. Hii mambo ya ufisadi imetuumiza kama nchi, na nina imani serikali ya Kenya Kwanza watatua hii shida. Watatatua because sababu president wetu ambaye amekuwa akiongea kabisa kusema tutamaliza mambo ya ufisadi. Na nina imani na yeye sababu amejipanga na ataweka mkakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba ufisadi katika nchi yetu imetatuliwa. Ufisadi ni ugonjwa mbaya sana na imekaa katika nchi yetu kwa muda mrefu sana. Mpaka ikifika wakati ukiona pengine haujajipanga kuiba, ni kama hujui chochote, ni kama wewe ni mjinga. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, napenda kushukuru sana chairman Bwana Mbadi na committee members wake ambao waliketi na wakafanya kazi ya uchunguzi. Kitabu ambayo ameleta katika parliament leo ni kitabu kikubwa sana ambayo iko na taarifa tungetaka tupekue na tuangalie kwa umakini, na amefikisha hilo taarifa wakati wabunge wamekuwa wachache kidogo, lakini let's hope, nina wazo kwamba pengine taarifa hii itaongelewa next week, wiki inayokuja, sababu hii taarifa ni taarifa ambayo imefungua macho, sio viongozi peke yao, hata wananchi wa Kenya. Nataka kusema nini kwa wananchi ambao wananisikiza, na sana wale wa Nakuru? Kama kuna kandarasi mahali fulani, ni jukumu ya mwananchi wa nchi hii kuangalia. Hawatakikani hata kuomba ruhusa nani. Kama ni barabara, waulize ni nani anatengeneza na ni pesa ngapi iliwekwa. Kama ni kujenga hospitali, waulize ni nani amepatiwa kandarasi na iliwekwa pesa ngapi. Ni jukumu ya mwananchi kuangalia kila mmoja ambaye alichaguliwa kutoka juu mpaka chini. Ni kazi ya wananchi, na hii ndio kitu wananchi wa Kenya hawajui. Na tungependa kuchukua hii nafasi tena kuomba serikali yetu kwamba siku za usoni ipangwe, ionekane vile tutaelimisha wananchi wa Kenya mambo ya katiba yetu. Sababu ilipokuwa ikitengenezwa miaka 10 iliyopita, ilikuwa imesemekana wananchi wa Kenya watafunzwa jinsi vile watatumia hiyo katiba. Unaweza fikiria leo kwamba mambo inaweza fanyika hapo nyumbani village, hapo shule haijajengwa vizuri na wazazi wanaona, na ni kwa sababu hawajui pia ni jukumu yao. Mambo itaharibika hapo na sisi wote tutaumia. Kwa hivyo hii taarifa imefungua macho yangu mimi kama kiongozi kutoka Nakuru, na ninapoongea sasa ninapitisha taarifa, wananchi wa Kenya pia wajue kwamba ufisadi ni ugonjwa mbaya sana, na ndio imemaliza nchi yetu, na ndio imetuumiza, na wale wameumia sana ni kina mama. Bwana Speaker, ningependa kuendelea na maongezi yangu, lakini sababu masaa za mayoyoma, ningependa kufikisha hapo na niseme asante sana.
Very much. The Honorable Rueda Obo, MP for Lamu East.
Asante Bwana Speaker kunipatia nami nafasi nami nizungumzie katika hii ripoti. Mwanzo nimpongeze Mheshimiwa Mbadi kutupatia na sisi hii nafasi kusoma ripoti na kufungua macho kama wengine wanavyosema. Bwana Speaker, ni hakika kwamba miradi mingi inakuwa imeachwa bila kukamilika Kenya nzima. Kwangu Lamu Mashariki ni mojawapo, eneo ninaloliwakilisha. Kila kijiji utaona kuna miradi ambayo haijakamilishwa, na inasikitisha kwa sababu mradi ule ukijengwa ulikuwa umejengwa kwa sababu kusaidia wananchi, lakini ukijengwa mradi ukiachwa katikati, basi huwa ile sababu ya kujengewa haikupatikana. Bwana Speaker, kwangu kuna kijiji kinaitwa Mbajumali. Sisi watu wa Lamu Mashariki tuko kwenye visiwa. Tatizo letu kubwa, serikali kituangalia, huwa ni mambo ya ngome. Ngome kwa lugha ya Kimombo ni ile sea walls. Sasa kuna vijiji vingi vina matatizo hayo. Kijiji kimoja ni Mbajumali ambao ngome ilipewa mwanakandarasi. Mwanakandarasi nafikiri pesa alipatiwa ni kutokana na equalization fund. Lakini mwanakandarasi alienda akaonekana akajenga pahali padogo kisha akakimbia. Sasa huwa ni hasara kwa serikali kwa sababu ile pesa imetumika serikali pale, kisha na maji inabidi bado inaingia mbele, inavunja paka ile ambayo ilitumika pesa pale. So huwa ni hasara kwa serikali na wananchi wetu bado wanapata shida. Kijiji hiko Bwana Speaker, inasikitisha, maji ikiingia inaenda paka kwa jiko, inabeba sufuria inaenda nazo baharini. So, kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja kupewa pesa na hakwenda kumaliza kazi. Kisha unashangaa paka sasa hujamuona mwanakandarasi huyo yuko kotini wala humjui yuko wapi. Hata ukiulizia kwa ministry hiyo project inaambiwa haijulikani, na ni kitu ilijengwa na thibitisho iko, kuna kipande nusu. Lakini itakuwa vizuri kwa ripoti hii ili yule ambaye alipata pesa au kama serikali itajenga tena vingine ihakikishe imejenga ili kudhibiti kile kipande kidogo kilioko nacho kisiharibike. Bwana Spika, kijiji kingine ni Kizingitini. Kizingitini kuna ngome, lakini ngome ni nusu. Shule inabebwa na maji kwa sababu tu ya mwanakandarasi au pesa iliyotolewa haikuwa kamili. Kwa hivyo mimi ripoti naona ikipeleka kwa implementation committee ihakikishe ifate kama ile hii miradi ambayo haikukamilishwa ili iweze yote miradi kukamilishwa. Bwana Spika, kuna kijiji kama Faza kwangu pia kimejengwa, inasikitisha. Kwa nini mradi ujengwe nusu na isijengwe kamili ili umalize watu wapate kusaidika? Lakini utaona kila kijiji miradi ni nusu, haikamiliki na wananchi wanasumbuka, na pengine kile nusu kimejengwa haisaidii, manake ikikamilishwa ndio itasaidia. Bwana Spika, inakuwa ni muhimu hata hii kamati izunguke, implementation committee izunguke Kenya, iangalie hii miradi, ile report inasema ile miradi ambayo haijakamilika. Bwana Spika, miradi mingine inafanywa kwa hadhi ambayo si sawa ile ambayo iko kwenye vitabu. Utasikitisha, pesa ya serikali ijenge mradi, miezi mitatu mradi hauko. Kwa mfano kwetu kunao mradi huo, ni mradi wa hiyo seawall ni ngome ambayo ilifanywa Mkokoni. Watu hapa watanishangaa mimi nazungumzia ngome sana, hawaelewi walioko huku. Ngome ni seawall ile inazuia bahari isiende kachukua kijiji ikaenda nayo. So kuna ngome ambayo imejengwa, baada ya kujengwa baada ya miezi mitatu imeanguka. So inaonesha pesa hapo zimefujwa. Kwa hivyo hii ripoti pia iangazie mambo kama haya, na chairman yuko hapa afuatilizie mambo kama haya. Bwana Spika, kuna tatizo lingine na kwamba walioko kwenye mamlaka kama ni vinara wa kamati, kama ni yuko kwa ofisi za serikali, miradi inaenda kwa walio wengi au kwa makwao. Hiyo ni tatizo kubwa, kwa sababu kuna sehemu zingine sisi kama kule Lamu Mashariki, hata huu mgao wa CDF watu wakisikia hapa wa NGCDF, Lamu Mashariki ndio inapata kidogo zaidi. Lakini utaona mtu pengine yuko kwenye kamati au yuko kwenye nyazifa za kama PS au CS, mawaziri, pesa inapelekwa sehemu zao. Ikipelekwa sehemu zao, sisi kule tunazidi kukaa nyuma. Na pengine ile mfano tuseme kama upande wa utalii, pengine pesa ipelekwe sehemu nyingine, unashangaa ukiangalia katika bajeti inaenda utalii sehemu hata hakuna utalii. Ukiangalia Lamu kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaweza kuvutia utalii wetu, watalii waje wengi. Lakini kwa kuwa kule hakuna waziri, basi pesa haiendi kule ili kuvuta watalii waje wengi, ambapo sisi Lamu tuna sehemu nyingi ambazo zinaweza kuvutia utalii. Kuna sehemu unaweza kwenda hata ukasahau kwenu kurudi. Kuna sehemu unaweza kuangalia wale dolphin. Kuna sehemu ni Lamu peke yake, unaweza kwenda asubuhi ukaenda kwa bahari huko deep sea fishing, na mchana jioni ukaenda kwenda kuangalia wanyama. Wale wanyama wanasema wanyama kwetu wanaogelea. Ni kweli wako wanyama wetu wanaogelea, wale kama simba wanaogelea kwa sababu lazima wavuke vile zinaitwa creeks. So lakini watakuwa pesa kwa kuwa hatuna sisi watu wetu kule, utalii kwetu hauinuki uko vile vile. Ni kwa sababu ya watu wao, wale watu walioko pale wanafikiria kwao tu, hawafikiri kama wa Kenya. Na ukiangalia hii CDF ambayo inapatikana kidogo hapa ndani ya bunge, ina sababu ilikuwa mwanzo ilipokuwa ikigawanywa sawa, kwa sababu maeneo mengine yameachwa nyuma. Mwajua kwa historia maeneo yalikuwa yameachwa nyuma. Sasa kuleta yale maeneo mengine kuwa sasa na wengine, ilikuwa imewekwa iwe sawa ili kule nako kuinuke kuwe kama maeneo bunge mengine. Lakini utaona watu wametukanyaga kwa kuwa hatuna namba. Mimi ni Mbajuni peke yangu hapa, lakini ni Mkenya. wafaa Wakenya wengine hapa watufikirie, manake bajeti hii bunge ndio inatengeza bajeti, hii bunge ndio inaangalia mambo ya vitabu vya akaunti, ambapo ikiangalia yafaa kurekebisha. Lakini kwa kuwa sisi namba zetu ni kidogo, ni hapa tuje tushukuru kile tunachopata kwa CDF peke yake. Haki ya Mungu, hamufanyi haki. Hamufanyi haki kwa sababu kule ile matatizo yanayotokea, pesa za Kenya zinatumika zaidi kwenda kwa upande wa security, wa usalama. Mnatukataza sisi miradi ifanyike makwetu, lakini pesa hizo zinatoka zikienda Lamu zaidi kwa upande wa security, ambapo ingekuwa ile security mwanzo haimdhuru mtu wa Lamu peke yake. Wakiweza kupita Lamu watafika paka Nairobi, ambapo ile pesa mungeweza kusema hawa CDF wapata kidogo, basi miradi mengine nao wasukumiwe. Lakini ukiangalia kwenye report huwezi kuona mradi mkubwa isipokuwa LabSet. LabSet ni ya Kenya nzima, si yetu. Msihesabu pengine mmeona mapesa yameingia LabSet. Lamu Mashariki watu wetu wanatatizika, hakuna barabara Lamu Mashariki, hakuna ngome Lamu Mashariki, lakini LabSet hiyo haisabiki kama ni ya Lamu, na paka sasa haijamsaidia mtu wa Lamu. Kwa hivyo kuna haja ya sisi hizi miradi mingine kama barabara, ngome, maji na stima, sisi paka sasa hatujakuwa connected, hatujaunganishwa na Wakenya wengine. Tunaweza kusema sisi tuko kivyetu, kwa sababu inaunganisha Mkenya wa Kenya ni barabara. Sisi paka sasa hii serikali ndio alhamdulillah tunashukuru ime-launch barabara, ndio mwanzo tutapata barabara. Inaunganisha Mkenya na Mkenya mwingine ni ile national grid. Sisi paka sasa kule makwetu tunatumia majenereta, na hii kama kamati sijui kama ameangalia ile mafuta inatumika kule Lamu Mashariki ya katika generator inaingia katika hesabu na inafanya stima na kwa gali kwa sababu ya majenereta. Lao mungekubali mara moja milioni 300 ziweko ipitishe national grid tu Lamu Mashariki.
John Badi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am standing on standing order number 96, where a member who wishes to postpone to some future occasion the further discussion of a question which has already been proposed from the chair may claim to move that the debate be now adjourned. Mr. Speaker, I want to move that motion because report of Public Accounts Committee is very, very important and critical. And Mr. Speaker, this report, as you see, it is voluminous. I know that I moved it when we were few of us, but I would still request that this House allows for further debate on this motion, possibly next week, Tuesday, so that those members who probably were busy with budget policy statement can also have opportunity to give their input. So I move, and I want to request my colleague, Honorable Wangwe, to second the motion.
The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second the motion as presented by the Chair PAC. And just maybe put a word that, Honorable Speaker, this is the only report that really tells Kenyans what is happening. So let us entertain as many contributions as possible so that various divergent views can be enriched and help the government of the day to correct the past of yesterday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Oversight is one of the three core functions of Parliament. I note, Honorable Mbadi, that most of the members of Parliament are engaged in consideration of the budget policy statements. And the report of this ideally should have even comments from chairs of departmental committees. But it is not my decision to make. Let me put the question, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, I propose the question that the debate of the public on the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021 be now adjourned to a future occasion. No interest. Honorable members, I now put the question, the debate on the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House this Thursday, this Thursday, 30th November 2023, be now adjourned. Be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
The statute law, order number 11, the statute law miscellaneous amendments number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023. Second reading, resumption of debate.
Yeah, this is for resumption of debate. Honorable Nicholas Nicole, you want to speak to this? Seeing your request. The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, you want to speak to? Yes, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, you want to speak to this? Not at all. Is the mover of this particular motion in the House? The leader of majority is not in. For those already stated reason, this particular order will be stepped down to the next time it will be scheduled for continuation of debate by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 12, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2023. Second reading.
Mover. Again, this is the leader of the majority party, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. For the reasons stated, is engaged in other parliamentary businesses outside of the House. This particular one will be stepped down for future consideration and debate by the House. Next order.
Order number 13, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022. Second reading.
Mover. The chairperson, Departmental Committee. Are we on order number 14? Or 13? Yeah, the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor, again for matters relating to budget policy statement, is absent from the House. This will also be stepped down for future consideration. Honorable Manuel Wangu, what is out of order? Nothing. Next order.
Order number 14, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022. Second reading.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. This is the Honorable David Gikaria. It's not in the House. It's not in the House. And I know it's also somewhere on other parliamentary engagements relating to matters under the agencies under the committee's charge. That will also be stepped down for future consideration. Next order.
Order number 15, the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2022. Second reading.
This is to be moved by the chairperson, Procedure and House Rules Committee. Is that the Deputy Speaker? Yes. Now, for reasons known to the House and due to those other engagements, the Deputy Speaker is not before the House to move this particular order. It will be stepped down to a future occasion that the House Business Committee will schedule. Next order.
Order number 16, the Regional Development Authorities Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2023. Second reading.
Mover. Again, this is the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Regional Development. For reasons known to the House, the mover, the chair, is not there, largely due to matters oversight and consideration of the budget policy statement which is scheduled and are strictly guided by the Constitution and the laws. That order will also be stepped down to a future date. The House Business Committee will again schedule it for the House's consideration. Next order.
Order number 17, motion, reports of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations.
Mover is the Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. That is Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Yes, proceed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 23rd August 2023. Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Wangwe, I'm just being reminded that you have a whole 60 minutes.
Correct.
To speak. I think they are taking you to the range of the late Honorable Martin Shikuku. So take all your time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this being the first report of my committee, and having been given the mandate with about 109 parastatals, Honorable Speaker, we had to, before I even react on that, allow me to move it, that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on the Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations laid on the table of the House Wednesday, 23rd August 2023. Honorable Speaker, immediately our committee was constituted. We were handed over a list of 109 parastatals to consider and examine the accounts, financial statements for the various years. And for us to synthesize, Honorable Speaker, and see how compliant the various parastatals were, we came across 23 in number, various parastatals, Honorable Speaker, who did not comply with the statutes as it is, as it's supposed to be. And Honorable Speaker, looking at knowing very well from where you sit as a lawyer, an organization can be incorporated as a state corporation in three perspectives. One being through parliament, the other one being through executive order, and lastly through legal notice as a means through which we create corporations. Honorable Speaker, the 23 state corporations had various challenges. One, that they still operate under control of the parent ministries or state departments as directorates. Honorable Speaker, despite them having life of their own, they still operate under state departments. Number two, despite these parastatals, Honorable Speaker, being on their own, the budgets of some of the state corporations are still managed by the parent ministries or even other state corporations. Honorable Speaker, the third challenge that we encountered to report to the House, Honorable Speaker, is that some of these state corporations were never operationalized even after their establishing act was ascended to and commencement date realized. Honorable Speaker, the fourth issue that came across in our committee is that some of these entities, Honorable Speaker, operated under the control and management of other state corporations. With these challenges, Honorable Speaker, and being cognizant of Article 226 of the Constitution, which for the purpose of the House, Honorable Speaker, puts us in three perspectives. One, the Article 226 orders us, Honorable Speaker, that Parliament shall provide for the keeping of financial, the Act of Parliament provides for the keeping of financial records and the auditing of the accounts of all governments and other public entities and prescribe other measures for securing sufficient and transparent fiscal management. Part B of 1, that the designation of an accounting officer in every public entity at the national and county level of government. Honorable Speaker, Section 2 of the same Act puts us to note that the accounting officer of a national public entity is accountable to the National Assembly for its financial management, and the accounting officer of a county public entity is accountable to the County Assembly for its fiscal management. Honorable Speaker, Section 3 puts it that, subject to Clause 4, the accounts of the government and state organs shall be audited by the Auditor General. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, that being the case, Honorable Speaker, we read it together with the PFM Act, especially Section 68(1) of 2012, which provides that an accounting officer of a national government entity, Parliamentary Service Commission, and the judiciary shall be accountable to the National Assembly for ensuring that the resources of the respective entity for which he or she is the accounting officer are used in a way that is lawful, authorized, effective, efficient, economical, and transparent. Honorable Speaker, Section 68(2) B, C, and K of the PFM Act 2012 states that in the performance of a function under Section 1, an accounting officer shall, it does not give room, Honorable Speaker, ensure that the entity keeps financial and accounting records that comply with this Act, and C, ensure that all physical and accounting records, all financial and accounting records the entity keeps in a form include an electronic form are adequately protected and backed up. And K, prepare annual, informs us that the accounting officer shall prepare annual financial statements for each financial year within 3 months after the end of financial year and submit them to the Auditor General for audit, and in the case of national government entity, forward a copy to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, in this report, the committee makes policy recommendations and at the same time recommends specific actions against specific officers. It further recommends further investigations of certain matters by competent investigative agencies such as EACC and DCI. Honorable Speaker, the reference to the laws, both the PFM Act, the Constitution, and the Audit Act, Honorable Speaker, to these parastatals, in particular the 23, is because, Honorable Speaker, all of them did not comply. Despite the fact that they were created, they are in existence, they did not file the financial reports to the Auditor General, they were never audited, they received the resources from the Exchequer, but the resources were never utilized by themselves, Honorable Speaker. For that purpose, Honorable Speaker, that's the reason as to why I highlight the clauses in earnest so that, Honorable Speaker, members can be alive to that. Honorable Speaker, the first report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services and contains committee's examination of 23 non-compliant state corporations. In its examination and scrutiny of the evidence adduced by the accounting officers of the various state corporations, the committee's primary approach was to elicit the background information as to why particular cause of financial or management actions were or were not taken. Honorable Speaker, this was done in the relevant laws and in mind including the Constitution, as I've said, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, the regulations, the Public Audit Act 2015, the State Corporations Act of 1986, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015. Honorable Speaker, the committee in considering the audit account of state corporations was guided by the Constitution of Kenya, as I said earlier, and the following statutes and regulations in carrying out the various mandates. Honorable Speaker, there are numerous statutes which we have provided down there, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we had general observations and general recommendations to make, which will cut across all the 23 state corporations. And I may want to cite a few with the interest of time. One, in consideration of the management submissions of the various state corporations, the committee noted cross-cutting matters, as I said, being that the committee was guided by Article 95, as guided by Article 95 of the Constitution on the role of the National Assembly, as well as its mandate under the check, Honorable Speaker, then you keep change. This is not somebody's pocket money, Honorable Speaker. This is what was happening with these organizations, and that is why we put them under that category, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the next issue which we picked is failure by the parent ministries to operationalize the state corporations. Honorable Speaker, these are corporations born out of existing ministries. So it's a responsibility, as it is culturally, Honorable Speaker, that a parent settles the son or the daughter, wherever he is. So the parent ministries failed to operationalize the state corporations. And Honorable Speaker, in the recommendations, you will see, we will be reprimanding the relevant ministers as to why they failed on their duties, Honorable Speaker, to help the young corporations take off. Honorable Speaker, state corporations established through executive orders but lack clear mandate. We also noted, Honorable Speaker, that whereas the executive orders were establishing some of them, they did not have very clear mandate in terms of their role and on what they are supposed to do, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary Cabinet Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, for instance, failed to operationalize the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority and the Kenya Fishing Industries Corporation. However, the Fisheries Management and Development Act 2016 that established the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority was declared invalid for want of public participation by the court in a judgment delivered on 15th November 2022. Despite the claims of stay order, the authority did not avail before the committee any court evidence or ruling of stay of the said judgment. Honorable Speaker, this was part of the observations that we picked. And Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, it failed to operationalize the Animal Technicians Council and Agriculture Information Resource Center. And Honorable Speaker, various ministries, as discussed herein above, have all their claims on this. Honorable Speaker, we also see in this report state corporations that lack substantive accounting officers. And as I had said earlier on and read to you, Honorable Speaker, the epicenter of any organization is the accounting officers in both receiving the resources and expending the resources in terms of documentation, Honorable Speaker. And as read in Section 67(3) of the PFM Act of 2012, which provides that the Cabinet Secretary shall ensure that at any time there is an accounting officer in each national government entity. And Honorable Speaker, in this clause, when it talks of the Cabinet Secretary, it is simply referring to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance, not just any other Cabinet Secretary. And that's why we will hold the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury will hold him purely to have been in charge of this, because he failed to do what is given by the PFM Act, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also saw that failure by the state corporations to keep financial and accounting records that comply with the PFM Act. And Honorable Speaker, as I had said earlier on, the main issues that are flowing in this document, report, Honorable Speaker, is purely issues to do with reporting, because they caught the resources, but they did not have anywhere to report. So the resources were expended by word of mouth, and we cannot really say how are they extended in terms of the law. The PS came, all the PSs appeared, and they looked, Honorable Speaker, to be capable to explain. But in terms of documentation, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't hold water in terms of what they are supposed to do. Once a corporation is done, and Honorable Speaker, I remember in the 11th Parliament, at one time the Leader of Majority cautioned the various CSs and PSs not to enact various laws in their boardrooms, because it's only, the law can only be made in this house rather than any other place. So, Honorable Speaker, there are various recommendations which we put down in terms of in terms of declaration, in terms of what we observed. For instance, Honorable Speaker, there are various organizations, Honorable Speaker, whose recommendation touch on the core, and I want to proceed, Honorable Speaker. For instance, we are proposing that within 3 months after tabling and adoption of this report, Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary and the Accounting Officer...
Order, Honorable Wangwe. Honorable Wangwe, that part of the report you are beginning requires a firm beginning, not a rush. you will have 40 minutes.
Thank you.
When the House resumes debate on the motion.
Thank you.
Honorable members, at the time being 7:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 27th day of February 2024 at 2:30 p.m.